Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grant Coffee House. All right, folks, and the party done. Got to bring the party to a screeching halt. It's Monday, June 23, 2025. Thank you so much for joining me for Coffee in Tow. World news on the go. 4 hours filled with news from around the world. Always great conversation and music. Coffee in Tow streams live weekdays starting at 9 a.m. on QMZRadio.com, JohnORadio.com, and MadMusicHouse.com. We're live on TikTok starting at 9:15 a.m., 9:35. We are live on YouTube. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Head on over to lormelskinfood.com for a natural, beautiful you. Also brought to you in part by Grant Coffee House. Enjoy 20% off all coffee products when you shop today. Use the code CoffeeInTow20 at checkout. www.grantcoffeehouse.com. Happy Monday! Gotta do a quick check-in. Yeah, I know you're supposed to be in the office or you're supposed to be on your way to the office by now. Happy Monday. How you doing?
Happy morning, Queen Moments. How are you this morning? I am doing well. It's beautiful. It's sunny outside. No BOMBs at all in the sky. You know, it was a crazy weekend. But I am doing well. Yes, I'm on my way to my place that employs me for however long the ISTs and the ISMs decide it's going to be. And yes, I'm throwing some shade this morning.
I thought you said you had a wonderful weekend. No shade throw. Let's be nice.
Right, it's with a smile on my face, though.
Come on, you can't be a double-edged sword this morning.
Yes, I can. I'm a Gemini. Yes,
you had
a
wonderful weekend. We're going to stay in the place of gratitude. We're just
I am grateful.
We can't appreciate and throw shade. Come on.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes. I am thankful that the Lord woke me up this morning. I got my exercise. I completed my exercise ring. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
I went yesterday morning.
It's hot here. It's hot. It's hot.
So my 6:30 alarm didn't go off. My 7:30 alarm went off. So that's why I didn't exercise this morning. But later on, I'll be doing it.
We doing this. We doing it.
We're determined. We're focused, man.
Yes, because we're going to have to be able to, let me be quiet. I'll stop.
I'm getting ready for Carnival season 2026. Let me put it that way. I'm getting ready for Carnival season 2026 because it's party non-stop. God willing, life, health, and strength. Let me say
Yes, yes, yeah. Let me not do that. Yeah,
that.
I'm getting ready for carnival with you. Yes,
Yeah,
I am.
yes. I'm just waiting for the bank account to catch up so that I can do some island hopping, some globe trotting for carnival. Yeah, you know, gotta speak these things into existence. Ask and you shall receive. We
You
have
know
not
what?
because we ask not.
You are so right. I kind of lost it a little. I'm back
Yeah, I think Jai's getting a call. All right. Yeah.
now. Yes, I lost it. We speaking it into existence.
Mhm. Got
Peace
to.
will prevail. Peace will prevail. I'm speaking it into
Yes,
existence.
yes, we got to pray for peace because, listen, I have some clips that I'm like, huh? Huh? Are these people listening to themselves? Are they talking so much and don't even realize what it is that they're saying? Are
Oh
they
yes,
approaching podiums unscripted and just letting their tongues wag? They don't even
yes.
recognize that they're what's the term? They're characters.
Oblivious.
No, I don't think oblivious is the word I'm looking for. Their characters are already flawed and they're just doubling down by their actions. They're speaking out of two sides of their mouths, right? I don't know if they're aware of what's going on. But I got a question for you, Jab. Before you get to the office, got a question for you. Let me see if I can find the question. Oh, Lord have mercy. What did I do with the question? Got a question for you. Yeah, yeah. You see, we really need to bring back Days After Dark. Got to bring back Days After Dark. That's not what I want. It's about relationships. How soon after meeting someone should you decide to live with them?
I think you asking the wrong person for that.
Okay, hold on. Let me
I
ask it
honestly,
again. Let me rephrase it. Let me read it properly. Found the actual question. How long should a couple date before moving in together? What is too soon and what is too late? Go ahead, Jack.
I honestly think it depends on the couple. It depends on what direction or what intention you both are at. And it depends because we always say in relationships, that everybody has a different contract, right? So some may move in together. They may not have the intention of marriage, but they have the intention of being able to help each other out with their bills. I'll just
Okay.
throw that out there. I think it's up to the couple.
Case
I'm
by
trying to think
case.
back. It's case by case. I'm trying to think back when I actually did it because I did have that scenario
Mhm.
once, and I think it was like a year or so, or it was when I finally believed that he really did feel the way he said when his actions aligned with his words. Yes, I'll leave it that way.
Okay. You're right. I don't think there's a wrong or a right answer. I don't think we can put down a rule and say 2 years, 5 years. Wait until you're married. Wait until you're engaged at least. I think it varies. And you can wait until you get married only to recognize what the heck did I just walk into? You know what I mean? You can wait until you're engaged and then you're like, what is this? Right? So I think at the basis of it, and you alluded to it, Jack, is communication. There has to be open, honest communication from day one. Both parties have to know what they're expecting from the relationship, right? Their intention. Be honest. Be honest. If you just need someone to cut your head, you just need someone to cut your head right now. Be honest. A lot of people go into relationships faking it under false pretenses. A lot of people go into relationships and they send their representatives. They send their representatives and then they don't show up until years later when they have in my opinion, You have manipulated the other party. You have tricked them. You weren't honest, right? You don't want to be tricked into a situation. Don't trick somebody else into a situation.
I kind of think we all start with some level of a representative.
Not me. Not me. Not
I'm not saying 100%. There may be 5% of a representative or something like that. It just all depends. I do think everyone comes into a relationship with some type of representative. Now, there's some people that come in with more than others, but I think in the beginning, you may have somewhere, I'm gonna say like 5%. That's a low number. Somewhere between 1% and 5% of a representative. You may be that person that want to speak to this person every day, but in the beginning, that's a no-no. That is a no-no. It turns some people off. They kind of got to get to warm up to that. You know what I mean? So
when I think representative, I think a person being fake. That's what I think. When a person sends a representative, they send a completely different character. They pretend to be someone they're not. For example, they may listen to someone speaking and say, "Oh, I want to be with someone who enjoys cooking, enjoys, the simple things of life." And this person, because of what is attached to the individual, the person they're speaking to may say, "That's not really me, no, but boy, I can't afford for this candidate to get out of my hands. So yeah, I like cooking. Oh, I love cooking." And deep down you don't.
That's a liar. That's not a representative. That is just a straight up liar.
Well, they send a representative to trick the person because it's yeah, they sent their representative. They sent a representative. Let me put it that way. How forthcoming are people? I'm not saying, folks, don't misconstrue what I'm saying. I'm not saying you lay it all out there on the table, but it is better not to say anything than to spew a bunch of things that really and truly are not true.
I agree with you there.
Yeah, it is best to take your time and ease into the relationship, have conversation. You speak, the exchange of information, you speak, you ask questions, you listen. A lot of us don't listen, which is a key element in the communication aspect of relationships. A lot of people don't listen, right? And it's during that phase of exchanging information, effectively listening, and asking the right questions. You have to ask the right questions, right? That is how you determine how much more of yourself you can let on or reveal to this person that you consider potential. And if, again, folks, it is better to say nothing than to pretend to be who you're not. In other words, tap tell lie. Tap tell lie. Right? Another thing I will
and also the expectations, right? Not coming into it with an expectation or coming into it with the feelings that some other person may have put on you. I was in a space with a group of men on the weekend, and they were having barbershop talk. So I said, I don't want to come in this space because, this is barbershop talk. But they was like, yeah, you can come in. So I came in, they asked me a question, and I answered it. And then I just got quiet and kept listening. Mm-hmm. So then a little bit in, I made the comment. So I always say, me, king's queen, whatever, black man, black woman, whatever. I said, do y'all really have these conversations? And one guy just came out and was like, oh, so you saying women don't have these conversations? And I said, pause. I did not accuse you of anything. I asked a question. Well, y'all women always want to do. I said, you know what? There's one thing that I think that some people have to do. Mm-hmm. And I said, know who's a woman and knows who's a little girl. Understand the words that are coming out of my mouth versus the others. And I have been around the sun a little bit more than they have.
Mm-hmm.
And he actually had to come back and check himself and say, I'm sorry. Don't put me in the category of all this other stuff because I just asked a question. And they was like, oh, it was the way you asked it. No, I asked it. Is this what you really speak about? Don't put something else on it. Maybe just answer it or say you don't want to. I yield.
All right. Yes, folks. So the question I'm asking is a question I came across on Instagram. How long should a couple date before moving in together? What is considered too soon and what is considered too late? Morning, Mr. President. Morning, James. For me, I don't think there is a rule that can be applied, a general rule that can be applied. It's going to vary case by case. It's also going to vary based on what each person is looking for. But at the base of it, the foundation of it has to be communication, where both parties are aligned, they're in sync, they are in agreement, they know the truth behind why they're going to cohabitate. Hey, Tasha, why them are going to decide to catch up in our house, or as people call it, shacking up. Um, some people say, oh, you should never live with a person until you're married. Fair enough. Why did you make that your choice? Are you just following a societal rule, not living with the person until you're married? And then you live with a person when you're married, and then all hell breaks loose. That's when everything tumbled down by you, and then you're stressed out and you realize this is not what I really want. I don't know. I think to each his own. Me personally. Now you tell me married to somebody. I need to know what I'm signing up for. I'm not a puss in a bag person. Sorry. I don't know how some people do it.
You know what I heard one time, Moments?
Mhm,
I heard when you start dating someone, if you really want to know how they are,
mhm.
go on a vacation with them. If you really want to find out the true essence of a person, take a vacation with them.
I've heard that before. But is that a true what do you call it, gauge to measure it by though? Because how long
I
is the
mean,
vacation?
but it's a semi-living situation, kind of. You know what I mean? So
But
you'll get to maybe see if they're messy. You'll get to see how they communicate. Because you kind of trap with each other.
they can still pretend. 3 days, 5 days, 7 days, they can still pretend, yeah.
The other one I heard is go on a car ride with them. See how the conversation is in that car ride.
Okay, okay. Hey Jody, good morning. Oh, that's okay. The car ride will show you how patient and tolerant they are, Ja. Is that it?
Especially the way I drive, because let me not tell my secrets.
Formula One. Okay. Oh, hey Jody, good morning. I saw your comment. Yes, Jody. A lot of so Jody said,
Good morning.
Good morning. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, so I lived with my boyfriend before we got engaged and married, and my my Jamaican mother. I was born in Jamaica also, but reared in the States. So my mom gave me holy hell, being very, very religious, and that's just not what you do. But I can honestly say that in the realm of some of the people that I know that didn't live together until after they were married,
Mhm.
even people that have had longer relationships or have been with people longer than my husband and I, we took a lot of that time for communication. We worked through a lot of things before we became engaged. And once engaged and saving for the wedding and all of that stuff, we're able to work out a lot of kinks that pop up that you don't always get to suss out when dating. Because again, you always are going to present yourself as the best version of yourself for as long as possible until you know that, and the proof being in the pudding, that it's worth putting in that time and slowly pulling back those layers. And God bless my husband. I have my master's in psychology. So like working on our communication, and we have friends that look at us and they're like, well, we don't understand. And I'm like, y'all have no idea the amount of things that we communicated and worked through before we were together 7 years before we got married.
Whoa.
So
Jody,
then
how soon after meeting each other did you move in together?
we dated for a year and a half before we moved in together.
That's reasonable.
Yeah, so it is. And we had the honeymoon phase even after moving in together, because then it also is that working out, because is it they're moving into your space? Are you moving into their space? Or are you getting a space together and starting out on the same footing?
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's a lot of variables that would come into it for, different couples and people and types of relationships and different dynamics of relationships.
Mm-hmm.
But my husband and I have been through it. We've gone through some things that would have taken any just general couple that, wham bam, they're like, oh, butterflies, they get married, they move in, then they're like, oh, wait a minute, this is not what I expected, because the real meat and potatoes stuff will come into it. Mm-hmm. You don't know your partner until you either have a death or you have some like serious family issue that comes up. Mm-hmm. And you can truly tell the type of person, because you don't want somebody when your parents die who's gonna fold like a letter. You need to make sure that you have an understanding of the depths of the person that you are choosing to spend your life with, in my personal opinion. Because there are people who find love quickly, and can get through that. But that's just my personal opinion and story.
Nothing is wrong with that. I appreciate you sharing, Jody. I really appreciate you sharing. 2 minutes before the top of the hour, we're going to get into the news stories at the top. But I don't think there is a right or wrong answer. Quite frankly, as I said, it is case by case, and both of you have to decide. I know for me, with my husband, met October 2002. We moved in together June 2004. He came into my space, and then July, August of the said year, we moved into a mutual space. So starting from there, and then that was 2004, and then we got married 2006. So yeah, it depends, but communication is important. Hey, James, real quick, go ahead.
Yeah, morning,
James. What's up?
Yes, as you said. Yes, it was good. We're experiencing a heat wave, but apart from that, we're good.
Good.
Yeah. So as you said, I don't think there's any one way. Like different things work for different people, and it depends on the stage of your life, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're 20, different rules apply to you than if you were 35 or 40 or whatever. Like if you're 35 or 40 and you decide to get married, like because you know what you want and you decide to get married faster, mm-hmm. or to move in faster, like that shouldn't be a problem because you're more mature, you're at a different level. The communication is there. If both people know what they want, mm-hmm. then I think that's different. But overall, like whenever I give young women advice, I always say like, lead. Sex should be the last thing that you go in with. like lead with, because men are different. Men can love you sexually, but not love you holistically. They can have sex with you and have the most amazing sex and still don't see themselves getting married to you or don't even want to be around you after sex.
Say intercourse. How would I find TikTok?
Oh, intercourse. Yeah. Yeah, there are some people that will just have fun and they don't even want to, like a sign is when after fun, the person just wants to leave. That's when you know that you're with the wrong person. So, if you lead out with like, hanging out with each other, getting to know each other first, and that person is still showing up in the way that makes you feel comfortable. Like if before intimacy, that person is buying you flowers, taking you out on a date, having interesting conversation, then that might be something that could work for you. But men, we're made up different.
I'm glad you said should. I'm glad you said should, James, because I wanted to say something. There are some people who trip and fall. You know what I mean? Speaking in code, trip and fall day one, and they're together 20-something years later, 30-something years later. But I'm glad you said should. Glad you said should.
Yeah, it all depends because as I said, we're made up. Like I've been with someone like or someone that I like. Yes, I'm okay having fun that way, but like, never eat from them, never sleep over, never.
James, let me ask a question. No, I'm glad you touched on that. Lord, we're going on a whole different rabbit hole. Good. Good. I'm so glad you brought that up. I think, well, in my opinion, I think getting physical with someone is totally letting down your guard. You let that's you're dropping your guard 100%. But then you don't trust them to take even a glass of water, to eat from them. Make that make sense. Why are we like this? We're okay having having a roll in the haystack with them, and they can see us in our state, the state that we were born in, but we would dare not drink from them or eat from them. James, explain that to me as a man.
But that's what I'm saying. Men are different. Okay, like a sign. That's what I'm saying. Sex is not
physical,
intercourse.
Physical, yeah.
Intercourse is not the thing that you use to mark how a man feels about you. Because a man will tell you that he loves you in the midst of that, right? Don't take his word for that. But the thing is, I think there's more. You get more of a sign that a man is interested in you or can see something with you if he actually falls asleep beside you, like cuddle and do all that type of stuff. That is more of a sign than even intimacy. Okay. Because as I said, like men are built up different. Men can, like my mother used to say, like if you put a dress on a dog, a Jamaican man would like whistle after the dog. Like that's all. Yes.
So, put broomstick, frack palm broomstick. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah.
So there are a lot of men, like you will go out with a woman, you go to the hotel or whatever, and you do all of that stuff, but you're not going to stay there and sleep. You're not going to close your eyes because you don't trust her that way. You're not going to, so like that's more of a sign when someone can fall asleep beside you, someone can come and you cook a meal and give that person a man. That is more of a sign than the intimacy itself.
Okay. All right. Thank you, James. Go ahead, Jody. And then Alvi. Morning, everyone. Welcome to Coffee and Talk. World news on the go. Stumbled upon, hold on one second, let me just do a quick reset. Stumbled upon this on Instagram, this question, or these questions rather. How long should a couple date before moving in together? What's too soon and what's too late? Go right ahead, Jody.
I would say yes, that you have men that are like that. I know women who are like that. And I think sometimes it is in the way that people are raised. I don't think it's just a man thing, a woman thing, because people's upbringing and seeing how things were moving in their household, people don't realize the connection that children make within the relationships that they see within their household and how that affects their behaviors, how they move forward in their relationships. So I wouldn't just say that it's a man thing. And sometimes it is easier for some people with how they're raised to just throw it to the wind and have that physicality early on. And for some people, it takes time for how they are mentally with like I just forgot the word. It's like the way you see, like you can't have physical connection until you have emotional / like getting to know somebody. So it's not, I think, a male female. I think it really has to do with the the exterior interactions that you see as a child, and also within your mind connection, not male female, because there's a lot of things psychologically that happens based off your environment as a child and relationships that you see, and that has a real way of driving the directions that you go in. And then the more experiences you have, to where negative experience shuts some people down. And then therefore in adulthood, when they're older, going into relationships, change how they focus in on that.
Interesting. Environment.
Just a point of view.
Yeah, what one has been exposed to. And that is why they say
Yes.
It's so important to create an environment that is conducive to one's emotional well-being, one's psychological well-being as well. Okay, thank you, Jody.
You're welcome.
All right, Alvi, good morning. Welcome up.
Good morning. Big up, prep. Anyways, hope all is well. For me, your question, I think for me, listen, most maybe men will come for me today. I think being with a man, and I think it depends. I kind of agree with James on something here. It depends on the age group, right? And I think it also depends on the seriousness of how serious you take a relationship, right? Because for me, I think after 5 years, the man's supposed to be able to, get married and so forth. You know what I'm saying to you? I don't believe in the 10 years together thing. I don't know what I would know. That. I don't believe in that, right? I'll be the quickest person in the girlfriend group to say, girl, 10 years, where they do? Right? So for me, I think that it's too late when you reach 5 years. I think it's too late.
Yeah.
Right? I think a man knows, based on what I know, my personal opinion is, I know a man will know. I've heard my twin brother said it to me, my male friend said it to me, that they will know within 6 months. Some of them within a month will know if this is the type of girl that they want, right? And this is the type of girl that they will wife and so forth. So for me, a man don't need more than 5 years to decide if he wants to get married and, move in together and do the whole work. You know what I'm saying? And so for me, 5 years is too late. 5 to 10 years is too late for me, right? So if I have a friend that's, I'm gonna be like, "What you guys doing?" We go more to push the man. Hey, what are you doing, sir? You using my friend?
Yeah.
What's keep it? What? You know what I mean? Wedding cake. What happened? Right?
No, I'm with you, Alvi. And it's interesting you said that, because I've heard, my own husband has said it. I've heard other men say they know when they want.
They know,
They
right?
know when they want to be serious with this person. They know when they want to wife up the person. And I have heard men say out of them own mouths, when anything drag out, them only keep you up on the back burner while they're looking for the right person. And the minute they find the right person, them done with you. And that is why so many times we'll see relationships break up, and then 2 months later, a year, so the man married or with somebody else. It's because you were not the one. You were not the one. That's why you can wife up somebody, pick up like a year, say engagement ring put on, because he found his partner. He found his partner. And
yes,
Alvi, I will say to men don't do that either. It is not fair, because when you're holding on to this person while you're looking for Mrs. Right, you are preventing this person from being somebody else's Mrs. Right.
And if I may say something else, Ms. Coffee, also you have to understand that it's unfair for us women as well, because you have to understand that our age matters. Our
Yep.
age is what our youth is what we value the most, our beauty. And our beauty fades sometime with age. So what I'm saying, is that if you stay in a relationship with a man for 10 years and you see no commitment there, you're going to have to start over. When you started with at 20, you will be 30 after 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that geriatric pregnancy starts at 35.
Yep. Yes. Considered high risk.
Right.
Yeah,
It's
especially
not
if
saying
you
you
want
can't have
children.
children.
Mhm.
Exactly. It's high risk.
Mhm.
So what I'm saying, I always say to my girlfriends and even to my guy friends, hey, you see, if you're in a relationship 1, 2, 3 years, you guys ain't talking about marriage, I want to go invest with each other and everything. It don't make no sense. No continue.
I agree.
That's just my take. Yeah.
I'm with you on
There's
that.
there's another aspect to this as well,
Mm-hmm.
with just um, having a relationship drag on. I think that it creates emotionally unstable people, and that's on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
People will go crazy, or maybe I shouldn't use that. People's minds will be disturbed because you were saying all the things that they wanted to hear, only to keep yourself satiated.
Hold on, back up there, Javed. You were saying all the things they wanted to hear. So if you're
Hmm.
only saying things that somebody wants to hear, you're not walking in your truth. You're walking in their truth. You're trying to appease them. You're not being true to yourself if you're only saying or doing things that they want to hear or have you do. You're not doing
But that,
yourself any service.
but that, but that is their service, because they only need you for a live blanket until they find their throne.
But why are people putting themselves in that situation? That so I'm listening to what Javette is saying, and okay, this is what Javette like. Okay, so I'm gonna tell her the things she wants there. No, no, you're being fake. Anybody who does that, you're being fake with the person, and you're being fake with yourself. And that is why years down the road you will have broken relationships because you start off on the wrong foot.
Actually, broken people from it
Yeah,
because of the hurt that they received from
yeah,
someone they invested in,
yeah.
but that person didn't invest in them.
Facts, false pretenses, as he says. We have to be careful. I'm really going to start back Days After Dark, where we talk about the foundation of relationships: communication, love, intimacy, friendship, and finances. And communication is the number one building block. It is the premise on, or it is the building block that is most important, because it's on that you're able to build a relationship. The false, there's no need to let it go. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be in a relationship with somebody that because of, I'm listening to them and I want to appease them because I'm so desperate. That to me sounds like desperation. I'm desperate to have a man. I'm desperate to have a woman. So I'm going to do all the things that I hear them talk about. I'm going to pretend to like those things. I'm going to say all the things that they want to hear. So when do I get served? When am I served? Is there any reciprocation?
And it causes resentment as well, because if you're thinking to yourself, okay, let me just put on this persona to please this man, when am I ever going to start do something to please? When are you going to ever do something to please me? Or when can I be myself? When is my time? So it seeps a lot of resentment in the relationship. So you have to be careful.
Yeah. And I want to believe, Alvi, that women become more resentful. I'm subject to correction. And the reason I'm saying that, I want to go back to something you mentioned, our clocks. We have a clock.
Yeah, we
And,
do.
and we can't
You're right.
ignore that. And if a woman's goal, growing up, she always dreamed of getting married, having children, and that has always been her desire. For her to waste 10, 15 years with somebody only to find out, well, you know what, you're not the person, you have minimized the possibility, or you're diminishing the possibility for me being able to have a family. I'm not saying it won't happen, but I don't want to be starting a family at 40 years old. I don't want to be starting a family at 45 years old. I want to start my family in my 20s, so late 20s. That's me. But because of your selfishness or because of my foolishness, here I am in a situation that's not serving either of us. And now, as a woman, I feel like a woman scorned, right? And I become very resentful. Folks, you got to know when to walk away. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, and that's why communication is the most important thing, right?
Yeah.
And because the thing is, like, if you, and depending on the stage, because the reality is that people date for different things. There are young women out there who would go out with a guy now and they're willing to spend 3 years. They're not even thinking about marriage. They're just thinking about, this, I'm in a phase where I'm not even thinking about marriage. I don't know if I want to spend the rest of my life with you. I like, or whatever. There are women like that and there are men like that too. But if you're a woman and you are in the phase where like, okay, at this juncture of my life, I'm thinking about marriage, I'm thinking about family and stuff like that.
Mhm.
You set your rules, and as soon as the person that you're dating is not living up to it, you just cut it, because at the end of the day, the women are the one, as you said, the time clock and all that. So like if you enter a relationship and you say like, okay, this is what I want, because even like I knew I was going to get married 3 months within communication with my wife, even before we met in person. I knew that I was going to get married to her. And because of communication, we were able to communicate, spend hours on the phone, like 5-6 hours on the phone. And she set her standard, like, look, marriage is what it is, like, and I said, yeah, that is what I want too. So like if you set those standard from early out and you say like 2 years, because some people think it's too early, like, okay, you go on a first, a second, a third date. People think you're going to push away the person if you say what your ultimate goal is. If you're a woman and your ultimate goal is marriage, it is not too much to mention it on the first date, on the third date. Sorry, not the first date, but say the third date or so. And if the guy's not living up, if you see, because the thing is like, most of us know, like I have dated, before I got married, like I was in dating different women and they were saying, I love you and you're my knight in shining armor. But the action didn't, they were speaking it out of their mouth, but the action didn't follow up what they were speaking. But when I knew that my wife would have been the one, was when her action was matching what she was saying. And I'm like, yep, this is the one. Yeah, so, yeah, because we know, we're intelligent people, we're smart people.
Yes.
Sometimes we know what is going on. We know when we're being dragged along sometimes. And then sometimes when you look back, you're like, man, I knew that, but the emotions got the better of me, or the intimacy was so good, it compromised my my mindset or whatever. So yeah, most times we know.
Yeah, we know. And here's what I need us to do, both men and women. I would love for us to have a conversation with ourselves. Put pen to paper, jot it down somewhere, put it in your notepad on your devices. Who are you? Who are you? Do you know yourself? Do you know who you really are? What do you, we keep wanting to know what somebody else has to offer, and we keep writing out, oh, I want this from the person. But what do you have to offer? Where's your head at? Are you honestly ready for a relationship? What are you bringing to the relationship? We have all these demands. But what are we demanding of ourselves? What are we expecting of ourselves? Are we living up to our own expectations? Okay, Ja. Are we living up to our own expectations? So let us look within, get ourselves together, ask God to help us be the best versions of ourselves, whatever that's going on with us, whatever that's within us that needs to be fixed, healed. Let's, work on that before we embark on a relationship. And let us say you're not 100% healed, but you're still desirous of being in a relationship. Pray that God will bless you with someone who will have the patience, the tolerance, and who will be willing to help you get through whatever it is that you're getting through. But you have to be willing to accept the help also. Right? All right, let me jump to some comments here in the chat. Welcome, Misu Lee. Ozzy says, I see pride. I see, take the soak out of your head, Ozzy. Take the soak out of your head. All right, going down. Work. Alvi says, work on a better version of you. And yes, folks, mega telling you this. Someone wanna think otherwise. We grew up hearing, oh, the man make me happy, oh, the girl make me happy. I cannot make somebody happy. You can't. Somebody else cannot make you happy. Your happiness comes from within. So when the person walk away, you're unhappy, you're miserable, you're confused, you're distraught, you're messed up. Why? Because you're depending on someone to give you something that should be inside of you already. And that is how we end up in situations that we have no business being. That is how toxic relationships are formed. We're looking for somebody to be the crutch for every single thing. We have to work on ourselves, folks. Someone don't like, hey, well, I never had some plan for go with the show, Our news were comfortable. But the truth is, some of us, we have never spent time with ourselves. Let me ask you a question. If you were to step outside, would you date you? Would you date you? Would you be happy with you? We need to think about that. Misu says, I'm amazing. Alvi says, I would. Alvi says, you should be happy already. And your partner is a plus. Exactly. Some of us wouldn't even date ourselves. We're not telling a lie. We know we dirty ways them. We know all the characteristics within us that we're not supposed to assure or we should not be displaying at all. We know. Fix those things, folks. Fix those things. I want to go back to something that Jody said. Environment has a lot to do with how we operate in relationships. And it is true. But you know something? Ultimately, you have a choice. You have a choice. You choose if you want to continue the cycle or if you want to break away from the cycle. I don't want us to use environment as an excuse as to why I operate the way I operate, especially when we talk about the negative behaviors. If you grew up in an environment where you saw nothing but verbal abuse, do not put yourself in that situation. Because how did that make you feel? Being in that environment, how did it make you feel? You were sad. You didn't like it. You dreamt of growing up and being away from that type of toxicity. But yet, we grow up and that's exactly what we run to because it's familiar. You have a choice to make, folks. If you did not like it when you're growing up, don't like it now that you're an adult. Turn the other way. You have to move outside of that circle. Go ahead, James. Go right ahead.
Yeah, and that's very important. The environment is kind of twofold because all of my male friends that are married and have long marriages, 20 years or so, and are showing up for their kids and their wife and stuff like that. 99% of them did not have that. And when you talk to them, their motivation for them is like, I knew the pain and suffering that I went through as a child, like watching my mother like struggling and doing everything on her own, or waking up to my mother crying and stuff like that. And those type of things. So a lot of my male friends, when you ask them, they say that is what push them, is what motivate them to say, you know what? I saw my mother going through that. I as a child would go to school without lunch money because it was her alone and stuff like that. And you didn't want that for your family. So you show up in a different way to make sure that you're not continuing the cycle. So yeah, that is very important.
Yeah. You have to make that concerted effort to break the cycle. In the chat here, Joy said, you have to break generational curses. And it takes you doing the hard self-work, and to get out of it. Yeah, it's not going to be easy, but you have to be determined. You don't have to repeat the behavior, folks. If you, James, if those men grew up without a father and they know how it made them feel, kudos to them for stepping up and saying, you know what, I am going to see to it that I am present in the lives of my children or my child. I've said this before. You don't have to deal with the woman, because maybe that relationship is not what's best for you. But you see, the children should not suffer for it. You're to show up. Be present. Be present. Be present. Interestingly, I came across a video on TikTok. I wasn't planning to play it now, but since we're on the conversation of relationships, and again, we started talking about a post I saw on Instagram with two questions. How long should a couple date before moving in together? What's too soon and what's too late? Let me just read some of the comments before I play the video I want to play. One person said the only correct answer, do what works for you and your partner. Somebody else said, normalize dating in separate households until you are married. One person said, I moved in with mine only after 2 weeks. Fast forward 10 years later, and we're still together. He says, when he met me, everything just felt right, and I felt the same. We did move fast, but we got lucky. Everything about me began thriving, and we started to push each other. He's my person. I would never advise anyone to move as fast as we did. Too much can go wrong, but maybe just do what feels right and makes sense. Another person says, doesn't matter when you move in, the real person comes out when you live together. I think so too. I think so. You're not going to know the person or see who the person really is until you're living together. Go ahead, Alvi.
It's the same thing my mother and my grandmother used to say, see me and live with me are two different things. So for me, I see where, for me, that's true. I think the correct answer is to work with what makes sense for you at the moment, because the 2 weeks, that's shocking to me. But I know about a couple that moved in within a week, and honestly, they moved in within a week and know they're elders. They're like my grandmother's age. You know what I'm saying? So do what works for you. And a lot of times, ladies, don't just listen to what the man is saying. Watch his actions a lot.
Yes.
Because he can just say anything.
Yes.
Right? Watch his action. And if he's a man of his word, and you're a woman that wants to get married and so forth, you can trust him 100%. But if he's not a man of his word, it makes no type of sense, because he will always break whatever he says.
Yes. We can be neighbors, live on the same street or same area, We will not live under the same roof unless we're married. That is another comment. I know someone else opened their mic. Please go right ahead. Go ahead,
Yeah.
James.
Yeah, I was going to say it's very complicated because the reality is that not because it worked for you, that means it's going to work for someone else.
Mhm.
So sometimes people give advice because it worked for them, but sometimes it doesn't mean it's going to work for someone else, right?
Yep.
Because like even myself, like I tell my wife that she's brave to to be married to me, right? Because I would not marry me if I was her. No, seriously, no, because on paper, like you would consider me as a disaster, like someone who grew up in a foster care system, someone who had a child before, and then you add Jamaican to the name. Like in Canada, Jamaicans are like, what do you call it? It's like when you say a Jamaican man, like it's a curse word.
James,
So
can I ask a question?
yeah,
Why do they put that stigma on Jamaican men? Because
it's earned. It's earned.
but I don't
Honestly,
like
it's
it.
earned.
Me not like it because there are
No, but
some
it's earned though. Like
wonderful
I'm a
Jamaican
man,
men.
and it's earned. I'm a man, and it's earned. Like I see Jamaican men here being like
both can be
housewives.
true at the same time. Both can be true.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of Jamaican men here being housewives, like their wife going out and buying them all these expensive stuff, and them have them side chick all over the place and stuff like that. So in a lot of cases, and sometimes the bad travel like 3 times than the good. So not all Jamaican men are bad, and most maybe like more good men are out there. But the reality is that the bad ones are louder than the good ones. And so it travels out there. So like even when like I came to Canada and I met my wife, like even when like I think her dad got emotional, like he was about to break down in tears when he heard that she was gonna marry to a Jamaican man. because he's a Caribbean man. He has a lot of Jamaican friends, and like he see the bad side of it. So yeah, so sometimes not because it worked for you, that mean it's going to work for someone else. Because I'm sure someone else would have gotten married to someone with my exact, like being a foster child, being a Jamaican, and the person just ruined that person's life. But because of my experience, I wanted something different. But everybody experience is different. Some people go through the trauma, go through the thing, and they pass it on to other people. My experience, I did not want to pass it on to anybody else. So yeah.
But James, you know what I'm hearing? It's as though any other nationality, the men are perfect. No, sir. Me personally, I'm gonna tell you God Almighty truth. Me, I could never, may I tell you this without a doubt, I could never be with any other nationality but a Jamaican. That's me. Me love the Jamaican man. I'm sorry, no offense to anyone. Me not care which other island you come from. Yes, we understand each other. But if you're not a Jamaican man, no matter, you're not past my front door. I just saw it. I think there are some beautiful Jamaican men. I think there are some wonderful Jamaican men. It's quite possible we're probably going to the wrong ones all the time. Why we think that? Why I don't know. Or it's the stories that are being promoted. Because I don't want to think that it's the majority of Jamaican men that are like that. Not at all, sir. Give me the Jamaican man. Whoa. Sorry. That Jamaican man all day.
Yeah, no, it's not the majority because, as I said, like all of my friends, like one thing I made clear earlier, like I would never be friends with a man that don't take care of his kids.
Yeah.
Like that was something I made from like as a teenager because like I went through a lot of pain being a foster child, and I said like if you can bring forth like a seed, because your seed, that is you, that is you walking outside of your body. That's another version of you. So if you hurt your child, you're pretty much hurting yourself. And if you, as a man, can go to bed at night and know that you, an extension of you, is not eating, what are you gonna do to me? We can't be friends.
Yeah.
So like I don't do that. I don't hang out with guys who do stuff like that. So yeah, but I think they're more good men because like all the guys that are my friends are married for like, I think I'm probably the last one that got married. Most of my friends are married, long-term relationship, committed, through the ups and downs. whether good or bad time or whatever, because everybody know, like, the thing is, like, people paint marriage as like the Cinderella story, like you get married and you roll off happily ever after. Marriage,
That's
people
when
go
the
through.
work start.
Yeah, people go through infidelity, they go through money problem, lose their house, do this, do that, a lot of different stuff. And people still ride it out. And if you ride it out long enough, then things turn back around and things are good. So it's not like a Cinderella story.
Thank you for saying that, James, because a lot of people are disillusioned. And you all can tell me how you feel about this. I know I still have the video I want to play, but that's another conversation. However, in this one, and I think we've spoken about it on Days After Dark. Women within the Caribbean culture, within the African American culture, or let me ask the question: are they raised to be partners, wives, or are they raised to be independent, strong, do it for yourself, you don't need a man? And I can tell you the answer. Hold on, James. Let's hear from Dr. Leslie, and then we go back to you, James, and work done. Go ahead, Dr.
Good
Leslie.
morning. Good morning.
How is Lamb? Lamb good?
Lamb is good. Lamb is downstairs.
Okay.
Lamb in timeout.
Okay.
Lamb tear up this whole weekend. Bring all kind of random sheep in my house. So.
Okay. All right. We'll have a conversation with Lamb.
But I think in the culture of women that I see in Trinidad, and this is from my friends, my female friends who are very accomplished, and we talk about this all the time. We have ambassadors, we have fashion designers, we have all women in all kinds of high profile positions, and we're single. Mm-hmm. And I think because number one, we feel like the men can't step up, and maybe we're intimidating, maybe because we are so self-assured that men don't know how to add value, right? Because we could do it ourselves. So unless you're bringing it extra, what's the point in coming and then bringing a headache when you come? I think, one of the things my grandmother told me was make sure you get your education, you have your house, you have your car, you have a this and that and that. So no man can make style on you. And I literally did that. Mm-hmm. I had my house and everything. I bought a house at 28, had my job, got my degrees. And then I got married, and he wasn't adding any value. So I had to divorce the man because, like, what are you coming up here and sucking up the air? So I think there is some of that. We don't often see what I would see the soft side to femininity from our predecessors because of their experience with men. So there's that hard shell that then leads to more hard shells and more hard shells. And then they all remain single until they die and they don't get no eggplant. All right, I'm done.
All right, thank you, Dr. Leslie. Back to you, James.
Yeah, so I think it's interesting because people base things based on their experience, right? My experience is different. Mm-hmm. I believe that growing up in Jamaica, I believe that Caribbean women are different. Living in Bermuda, like being in a Caribbean community now, like one of the things that I admire with Caribbean women, especially the ones that I'm around, is that in the sense of boss chick, they're able to be real boss chick without being boss chick at home. Because, so like my wife, her boss is like in the top 1% of earners in Canada. She's like the top of the University of Toronto, the number one university in the island, in Canada. Mm-hmm. She's a Trinidadian woman. She's married to her Trinidadian husband. They're married for like about 50 years. And I'm sure she makes way more than him. He drops her to work every day, picks her up back in the evening. We go and hang out with them. We went over for dinner and just to see how both of them live. And this woman is a powerhouse in Canada, right? She's probably going to get the Order of Canada one day. And as a Black woman leading, like she have to just imagine a Black woman leading one of the biggest establishments in the country, and you have to fight white men, you have to fight white women who want to see you lose your job, who does everything in their power for you to lose your job. And she go home, and she's not a boss chick at home. Like another woman from Barbados, she received the Order of Canada and stuff like that. She's married, she's a boss chick out on the road, but when she's at home, she's married and stuff like that. And most of my friends that came from Jamaica, came from Barbados, and they live in Canada. Canada, the reality is that Canada gives women more opportunity. It's like they see Black men as intimidating or whatever. So they give a lot of women who are able to leave Jamaica and come to Canada in high position, and they come with their family. And sometimes the husbands struggle to get off the ground and until they're able to do what they can do. And most of my friends, like the wife might make more money, but they work within their strengths, and they're married, and they're happily married, and they do what they have to do to make things work. So I'm not used to, like, sometimes when I see the boss chick thing on the internet, like, oh, I don't need a man, I'm making my own money. Sometimes I wonder if it's trolling, because the reality is that I don't see that in my everyday circle. I see women working, and not just Caribbean women. I see people from Italy, people from all over the world that come to Canada, and they're able to get work and stuff like that. And even in Canada, as I said, like, men can take half of the maternity leave also. So a lot of men use that option in Canada. So yeah, I think what my experience is different with Caribbean women, as opposed to what I see, like, especially in the American social media space, boss chick, I don't need a man kind of thing. In my reality, that's I don't see that.
So real quick, let me jump on YouTube. Hey, AT, we have a comment question. What? Who cares if the woman makes more money? It's the mindset of each individual that matters. Hey, Miss Suli, welcome to the stage. Thank you so much for coming to Coffee in Tow. Quick note, PSA, we are live on internet radio, live on YouTube, as well as right here on TikTok. Go right ahead. And then after Miss Suli, we'll jump over to Ozzy. Go right ahead. Thank you.
Hi guys, good morning. Thanks for having me. I just wanted to expound on what I was saying earlier about intelligent women, or the term boss chick. I genuinely believe that when you're getting into relationships, it's okay to not need a partner in order to be, how do I say, to live, right? I don't need to get with you in order to make sure that I have food in my home. So I'm in support of that, because I believe that allows you to date people that you genuinely want, versus having to date because of your circumstances. And that can, of course, lead to negative consequences. Intelligent women, I know a lot of them. The challenge that I have with some is they believe that what's in their bank account means that, they can talk to people a certain type of way. And because of their accolades, you should give me respect without having to earn it. However, there's the other side where there's an intelligent woman, and knowledge comes at a price. Access to resources come at a price, right, where you now know what not to accept. You now know what is required to break certain generational curses. So you can't get with everyone or anyone. And because you can't accept certain things in your life, now your dating pool is reduced to a smaller amount, because there are a lot of individuals who are carrying a certain level of trauma. Now, your background does not determine whether or not you'll be a successful individual. Coming from a broken home does not mean that you cannot be a great spouse or a great human being overall. But when you remain in that mentality, that's when your partners will suffer. And some people don't understand that. When you promote promiscuity, that's when you'll have challenges, and promiscuity in both men and women, because it's now fun to get with Tom, Jill, and whoever else, right? It's now fun to be outside, looking like, wearing the outfit of someone who isn't exactly, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what's fun.
Yeah.
So that's what's promoted in our songs, in our movies, in our interactions with people, even on social media. And then I think it's so dangerous when you keep on saying certain things that's demeaning towards not only yourself, but to the people around you. Like, where's the respect, right? All women are this, or all women are that, or all men are that. Like, when you speak certain things out of your mouth, it goes out into the universe and it's going to come back to you. And you need to understand that that's really what's causing a lot of your challenges. And then finally, I'm going to say this, and it's not going to sound great. Not everybody's built for a relationship. Not everyone is built for marriage. Not everyone will get married. Not everyone should get married or even should have children.
You're not
Everyone
saying
has the
anything wrong.
capability
You're not
of
saying
doing
anything
it.
wrong.
Yeah, like everyone has the capability of being great, but sometimes you're just not there yet. And you can't be thinking that you're there and you're still a part of the narrative. Oh, I am not the problem, it's everyone else. In every one of your relationships that ended up poorly, you were the common denominator. So you have to look into yourself a certain type of way.
That's a conversation we have several times, Misu. That is something I say all the time. Everybody isn't supposed to be in a relationship. It's a sentiment that we have echoed here several times. Who want Bex Bex? I just saw the thing go. I think a part of the problem, you're coming up next, Ozzy, and then Alvi. A part of the problem is that society has caused us, not, I shouldn't say that. We are the ones trying to live up to societal standards that don't fit us, that are not what their expectations are is not for us. But we are trying to do certain things by a certain age. We must have this, and the other. If you reach 20 and you not have this, well, you're worthless. If you reach 30 and you haven't accomplished certain things, you're worthless. And we need to move away from these stigmas, these societal expectations, where the very architects of said standards, they themselves have failed miserably if we are to measure them by said standards. Go right ahead, Ozzy, and then over to you, Alvi.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, yeah. I think is first of all, I agree with everything that was said. I think is a wide spectrum of things, and I think everybody have different values and value things differently, different aspects that they want working on or need to work on different things within themselves. Um, and then in that too, I feel like there's some differences generationally as well. Like for me, my personal experience, I don't really come across too many like women who've grown up in two-parent households. And so I know some who, there's three generations where they really haven't seen an example of, two people making it work in a marriage.
As the people in the laundromat say, I must talk louder. So Tasha said the people never listen. So speak up.
Yeah. I think that's a factor as well. But I also think too it's like it's mindset. What do you want? What do you want to go for? What things are you valuing? Like we say, like someone said earlier, like, you don't necessarily want to lead with your accomplishments. And for some people it's not going to be a factor if someone makes more than that person. But the reality is some people will think lower of that person. I personally don't think that is indicative of a healthy relationship. But those are all aspects that people are dealing with as well. And then you do have some some people who, they're independent. They don't necessarily look for anything. Like someone said before, is like, if you have your own, you're not necessarily going based off of your circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
But then I also know some people who are raised to be like, you need to depend on a man. A man needs to do everything for you. Like, I know people who literally have raised their children to believe like, yo, having a man is like how you function.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It so it's a wide spectrum of things. And it's very interesting to see like how we were referencing, some of the stuff that we see on the internet. I feel like the internet is very hyperbolic as well.
Mm-hmm.
We see extremes being promoted, and half the time then people don't even believe that stuff. So I just think you just have to have real conversations with yourself and with your friends and with the people that you're interested in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Thank you, Ozzy. Go right ahead, Alvi.
Good morning again. I don't think a woman that has, when we say accolades, we mean like formal education and achievements, right? I don't think that her having accolades would equate to her being a good wife. I think it depends, or not determine that she's not a good wife either.
Mm-hmm.
I think it depends on the person, because me as a woman, I've experienced different things on this platform where I've met women like you, Coffee, and a couple persons on this platform who has accolades but respect others no matter what. And I've seen where other women have accolades, and because she has those accolades, no one can speak to her. I was on a platform last week, and she was in medicine, and a guy asked a question about what causes infertility in women, right? And she didn't understand the question, so I was saying to her, because she was reading something from her department, something like that, from our department page, and she was saying that that's the answer, and I was saying, no, that's not what he's asking. No, you can't talk to me because I'm a doctor and so forth. And I was like, that's not what he's asking, and I'm not saying you're not a doctor either, right? So it depends on the person, because a lot of women that have great values and great character doesn't lead with their accolades,
Mm-hmm.
right? And you have some that do. So it shouldn't be that she has accolades, she cannot be a good wife, nor should be a good wife. I think, just like Misu said, you should lead with good character.
Yeah.
And that's what because your character will show what your focus is, right? Just like James said that day, he's met women that are bosses outside but can turn it off when she gets home.
Mm-hmm.
And I can see that a lot with Caribbean women. We tend to do that, right? We make the money and ensure that when we get home, listen, we gotta go back into our femininity now,
Yep.
But yeah, that's my take.
So, Alvi, do you think women struggle with turning down the dial? They are
Mm-hmm.
portraying these masculine traits, and men don't want to be with men. But
Yeah,
you
that's
know what
true.
I mean? They don't.
Yeah.
If a man is looking for a woman, he's looking for balance. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Misu.
I think that women can. I think
No,
that
no.
women
After you,
before me,
Alvi.
so I think that some women can't turn it off. I think that some women don't know how to turn it off
Do
and
they
so
want to
forth.
turn it
While
off,
some women,
Alvi? Do they want to turn it
some
off?
women don't want to. I'm telling you straight up.
Okay.
Some women don't want to. But for me, if you're a woman that wants a husband, wants a good family oriented type of setting, you need to be able to turn it off sometimes or tone down the dial a lot of times. Because again, like you said, a lot of men don't want to be with other men.
Mhm.
If he's straight, he wants to be with a feminine woman, right? And the men, if you want a feminine woman, you must also allow the environment to, for her to be feminine. I'm just saying,
Facts.
not a bash at the men, but I'm just
Facts.
saying for her to be able to tone it down, she must be able to trust you 100%, to lead, protect, and provide. Not 100% provide, but know where the family is going. That
Mhm.
is all a
Yeah.
woman needs. To feel protected, led, and to feel like she can trust you 100%. That's just it.
Yeah, thank you, Alvin. Before I hand the mic over to you, Misu, and then I also want to hear from Dr. Leslie because a comment was put in the chat by Dr. Leslie. Feminine is a social construct, though. So, but before I hand the mic to you, Misu, hey, Popsicle, um, let me read a comment here. A woman's position doesn't matter to me. Having said that, if the woman thinks or feels that I am below her, then I'm out. That pairing will not work, in my opinion. Thank you for the comment, AT. Thank you to everyone with me on YouTube Live. Go ahead, Misu.
So I would like to say I understand the mind of someone who is always in control. Being someone like that myself, generally, having to work, I've worked hard throughout the years to get to where I'm at, and I'm not by no means successful or where I intend to end up to be. However, um, I feel like sometimes we forget the challenges in taking a step back. But I recognize that people are capable of doing that once there is a, an air of trust. Like if I can trust this individual, and trust isn't earned overnight, right? It has to be observed. Are you someone that keeps your word? Are you someone who um, checks for me as the way I check for you? You know what I mean? And those things kind of foster a level of trust, so to where I can say, okay, I can be a partner with this person. I can um, achieve goals with this individual. I can take a step back every now and then because he's capable, right? But if I can't necessarily see all of those things, you won't see me turn it down a certain extent in terms of like my drive or my work ethic. Yes, I'm going to be going to work 7 days a week because if I don't, people are reliant on me. My family needs outside of this relationship dynamic. There, I have responsibilities. And if I fail, then there's nothing to fall back on. However, if I know that my partner is also my helpmate and is there for me on a certain level, sometimes I can take a breather and say, okay, you know what? They got it. It's okay. And it's easy for people to step back into what we call femininity when that's the case. When you know that you have a capable individual. Now, you don't have to be rich. You don't have to be dishing out millions to your partner. But if every single time I have a challenge, while yes, I am praying to God, but the only thing you can give me is like, turn to God. I can't turn to you. Then I don't really understand. Like no advice, no nothing, like nothing, no sense of peace. You can't like instill in me. You can't calm my mind. You can't research ideas with me. We can't edify each other. Then what's the point, right? So that's the first thing. And secondly, I think what we need to be doing individually is trying to understand where we're coming from as a people. We need to understand where we're coming from to understand what may have caused certain dynamics or certain types of shifts in terms of home. Once we understand those things, we can get a better idea of how to rewrite our history, right? We can get a better idea of how to move forward, how to help our kids or build generational wealth, like learning about financial management or how to actually teach your kids versus just leaving it to school and school alone. Like edify yourself individually, not just in relation to your job, but on a whole. You can become a better person and then like ultimately a better partner once you do that.
Yeah. Thank you, Misuli. So, a quick reset. Welcome to the stage, Dr. Sharon. So, we started out talking about a post that I saw on Instagram with two questions. How long should a couple date before moving in together? What's too soon and what's too late? And we have explored different tangents. Right now, so I asked a question. with regard to how women are raised within the Caribbean and African American women. Are they raised to be partners, wives, or are they raised to be strong, independent women who don't need a man? And I also brought up the whole, we also brought up the whole masculinity aspect, that do women know when to turn down the masculinity dial? Men don't want to be with well, a straight man doesn't want to be with a masculine woman, right? And yes, we understand that when you're out there, depending on the role that you play in the workforce, you take on certain behaviors or you display certain behaviors. But once you get home, if you're in a relationship, you kind of need to dial it down, right? Go. So Dr. Leslie put something in the chat that I wanted her to address, and I hope she's able to talk. Um, Talking about construct, social construct, and femininity. Dr. Leslie, I hope you can talk.
Hey, I'm finishing a case. I can
Okay.
come back to
Okay.
it. But basically, what I'm saying is, in our society, we have these ideas of what is considered feminine, right? So if I like dresses, that's feminine. If I prefer a pantsuit, that's masculine. I think that's, of course, a superficial example. But I think we have to kind of consider where those come from, what makes feminine feminine, and what makes masculine masculine. We're not talking about the testosterone,
Right.
estrogen, but the particular behaviors that we deem to be feminine and masculine. If a man cooks, that's considered to be feminine. And I think that I think we have to grow up around those designations a bit. I can circle back, but I have
Yeah.
to take care of this case.
Yes,
Thank
yes,
you.
yes, yes. Thank you, Think, Believe, Achieve. So, according to Google, right, to go a little deeper into what Dr. Leslie was saying, yes, many scholars and social theorists argue that femininity is largely a social construct, meaning that the traits and behaviors associated with being feminine are shaped by societal expectations and norms rather than being inherent or biologically determined. While sex, biological characteristics like chromosomes and hormones, is generally considered a biological concept, gender, including femininity and masculinity, is seen as a social and cultural one, varying across different times and places. So, a little more detailed explanation. Let's break them down. Socialization. Societies socialize individuals into gender roles from a young age, teaching them what is considered appropriate behavior, for girls and women. This includes everything from toys and clothing to career choices and emotional expression. Yeah, this is true. Pink for little girls, blue for little boys. And you see it at baby showers to this day, right? Why not green? Why not purple? Why not red? Why does it have to be pink for girls and blue for boys? Why is it that girls only play with dolls, female dolls, dress them up in princess dresses and put on crowns? And boys are given trucks. So, what if a little girl wants to play with a Tonka truck? Oh, no, that is not feminine, right? Let's go a little further. Jobs. There was a time when women were not pilots because it was supposed to be a thing a man did, or women were not tractor trailer drivers. Oh, that is a man's thing. Says who? A woman driving a truck or flying a plane does not take away from her being a woman and being able to be soft, if you want to put it that way, walking in her femininity, right? Then we talk about cultural variation. The specific traits associated with femininity differ across cultures and time periods. What is considered feminine in one society may not be in another. If we head on over to the continent of Africa, in some tribes, the women are the farmers. The women are the one who go out there and work. The women are the hunters. And that is their cultural dynamic. Who are we, based on Western culture, to say that what they're doing is wrong? they're probably looking at us and saying, oh my gosh, what are they doing over there? You know? Then you talk about power dynamics. The concept of femininity is often linked to power structures and social hierarchies. In many societies, traditional notions of femininity have been used to subordinate women and maintain patriarchal systems. And that is so true. We've seen it in corporate America in particular. We've seen it in politics. We're seeing it right now. How many people said they did not want a woman president? Not that she's not capable. They were not concerned about her qualifications, her abilities, her capabilities. They did not care how decorated and how overqualified she is. The fact that she's a woman, it's a no-no. Patriarchal systems within the church. To this day, there are some denominations who will tell you, no, a woman can never be a deacon, a bishop, a preacher. No, she's to stay in her place, being the head cook and bottle washer, just organizing things and then falling back. We see that in corporate America. And, yes, things have changed where now women are the creators of many organizations. But before, there was a glass ceiling that women could not break through. And if a woman was seen in a boardroom, what was her role? Administrative assistant. To do what? Take minutes of the meeting. So beyond biology, while biological factors contribute to sex, they don't fully determine gender identity or expression. People can express their gender in diverse ways that may or may not align with traditional notions of femininity. And then challenging gender stereotypes, recognizing femininity as a social construct allows for challenging limiting gender stereotypes and promoting fluid and inclusive understandings of gender. Thank you for the follow, Misu. So based on what we've just heard, what are your thoughts? Do you agree that femininity is a social construct? Or being feminine, certain roles are pushed under the umbrella of what it means to be feminine. And these roles determine how feminine you are.
I'm thinking about it. I'm here thinking about it.
Me too. I'm mulling over it too.
Yeah, I think in some cases you can say it's a social construct, but the reality is that at the heart of femininity, I guess for most people, is the woman being the homemaker, right? The nurturer, the thing. And based on my experience, based on what I know, is that there's certain things that women bring to this world, being Mother Earth, we call women Mother Earth and stuff like that, that men cannot do. Like the way how my wife deal with the kids and stuff like that is a different way from how I, as a man, would deal with them. The nurturing in terms of, the breastfeeding, the connection that a child have with mom, is something that men cannot replicate, no matter what. I believe that is something that is just women, and that's why the term Mother Earth and stuff like that. So in that case of femininity, yeah, I believe that is a part of a woman being like in our feminine state, like being able to nurture not just the kids, but like, for example, like my wife is the type of person that she can, like for example, when I used to run the restaurant and we're going through some difficult times, she was the type of person that could just like pour energy into me way more than I could ever pour energy into her. Like when I try to pour energy into her, it's just not the same level like what she gives me, right? So I think women have that ability to nurture, to do all that type of stuff. But other type of things like cooking and color, like I do 99% of the cooking at home. Like I've always been the person that do most of the cooking in any since I was like 15. I love cooking, and I'm not feminine because I love cooking.
Right.
And most chefs are men, so it's not a feminine kind of thing. And so I think in some cases you can make the case that like in some things it's a social construct, but there are just certain things like I believe that I remember saying this to a bunch of guys about 15 years ago. Like, as a man, your natural reflex as a man is to die for your family. If you're driving and someone pull up on you with firearm and you have your wife and your kids, the natural reflex is for the man to step in front of his wife and his kids and defend them to the death. If a man do otherwise, then something is wrong. If you push your wife in front of you and think, then something is wrong. So I believe that there's certain things that are still men and women do like at a different level. In terms of, I said, the women nurture, the men protect. But the other stuff is social construct.
Thank you, James. Thank you so much. Want to say thank you to everyone listening on janoradio.com. Don't forget to download the Jano Radio app. It is available in your Apple and Google Play stores. Jano Radio, take us on the go. Also, a big thank you to everyone listening on madmusichouse.com, any genre, anytime. And thank you to our listeners on qmzradio.com. For quality music while you work or play, keep it logged on to www.qmzradio.com for that good music to get you through your day. And a quick reminder that Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. For a natural, beautiful you, visit www.lormelskinfood.com. Also brought to you in part by Grant Coffee House, from our farms to your cups. Enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Use the code CoffeeInTow20 at checkout when you shop on grantcoffeehouse.com. We also invite you to subscribe to the Coffee in Tow YouTube channel. Check out our website, www.coffeeintow.com. And thank you to everyone right here with us on TikTok. If you're not yet following, we invite you to follow Coffee in Tow. Welcome to the stage, Jumpo. Please go right ahead with your perspective.
All right, good. What's it? It's morning where I am.
Morning where I am.
and on the panel. Quite an interesting discussion, and I got on the tail end of it. But I'm thinking to myself, and I heard you explain like the gender biases and gender roles and so on. But what is so bad with certain genders playing a certain role and in certain instances? Because my perspective is that there has to be a balance. There has to be a balance, right? There are things that you expect of women. There are things that they're good at. My brother explained that there are certain things that the women bring to the table that the man doesn't. And we can't expect a man to do it, like nurturing the kids and all of that, because he doesn't have the core competency to do it. There's things that men do, right? The role of men generally is to provide and protect, and that is seen as being a masculine man. There can be also certain crossovers where the women tend to excel, like you mentioned, being a pilot, and I'm just using that because you mentioned it, that sometimes there can be crossovers where a woman crossover into a man's world, and that does not make her masculine. A woman that exudes femininity, from my experiences, even when she does the masculine things, she's still feminine. You know what I'm saying? Because I think that is something that she possesses innately. There's also some social construct of aspects of femininity. There's also some social construct of masculinity as well. But what I think that there has to be a healthy balance between the genders. Likewise, I think men also sometimes cross over. You see men looking after children as well. Not because, I don't think because they want to, but because they're put in a position that they have to. Likewise women. So there can be crossovers. But there, I think there's traditionally roles that we expect a man to fulfill. You know, there's roles that we expect a woman to fulfill, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know, it's just the way how the world is made up. But people tend to feel like I think there's a push for a little girls club wanting to and let's not fool ourselves. There is a little girls club out there that's pushing to usurp the role of a man because they want to push their own agenda to be men, and that is what throws off the balance. There's also what I call the boys club, who wants to usurp the role of a woman, and they put your agenda to do that, and that is where we have the issue, why the world is in so much chaos. There's nothing wrong with a woman maintaining the role of a woman or a man maintaining the role of a man.
So, Jumper, what is the role of a woman?
Traditionally, right? Traditionally, and in most cultures, the role of a woman is the nurturing role. You know, and I'm going to say it, even though I know it might have some backlash. But, you know, take care of the family, take care of our man and all of these things. That's traditionally the role of a woman. And there's nothing wrong with that.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a follow-up question.
Yeah, but I just want to say, there are women who do that. They do it well and are okay with doing it and has no problem with it. Just want to put that out there.
I respect your perspective. So let me ask you a question. Your idea or your perspective as it relates to the role of a woman, is that something you took up because it's societal, you were told that this is what a woman does, or is this of your own thinking?
I think I formed that perspective because the women who do it and want to do it, they do it so well, and it fits their whole being, and so I formed that perspective. I mean, your perspectives are formed from the society that you grow in, no doubt. But I think, you know, I like to see the women doing it, and you know, I formed the perspective. I don't want to say it's because your outlook has a lot to do with your culture and how you're socialized, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure if I can say you know, it's a society that gives me that outlook, or I just innately develop it. But what I do know is that what the women do, and you see them doing it, you know, they do it really well.
So let me ask you another question. Would you say then that men are not capable of being nurturers?
I don't think I'm not saying they are not capable, but they're not good at it as the women are. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And that's why I say it's out of a need that we have to do it in certain instances. But no man nurturing children can be as good at it as a woman, and do it so effortlessly well. You know, it is something we have to work at. It's something we have to definitely try. Even sometimes when we do, we're oftentimes awkward at it because we cannot give children what they need. All of what they need, I should say.
All of what they need. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your perspective, Jumper. Welcome to the stage, Kalel. Just a quick reminder, we are live on internet radio, live on YouTube, as well as here on TikTok. Please go right ahead.
Hey, everyone. When it comes to, I guess, I wasn't here for all of the discussion, but these gender roles, like when I hear people talk about the cooking and cleaning, as I said before in the comments, when a man is single, he's cooking and cleaning. That doesn't make him feminine. A lot of these are regular things. I mean, I don't agree with that a woman makes a better nurturer than a man. Outside of the initial stages of childbirth, pregnancy, and breastfeeding, I think men could be excellent job at it. Because there's certain things that a baby needs from the mother. Because, you know, I've helped deliver babies and home births and all this other stuff. Biologically, it goes together. But I've seen like all the statistics on men raising children, and they're excellent at it. There's a plethora of studies out there about men raising children. I think a lot of it is societal brainwashing. Like I mentioned in the comment that before colonialism and what you call slavery, Black women owned businesses and they did all kind of things. They've run empires, they've done all kind of things. So this notion of, I guess what European feminism brought in, that women weren't working or women weren't doing this and they were under the shoe, you got to learn how to differentiate. There's plenty of information out there online. Like even when some of the Europeans came into Africa, they were able to do business. The Black women were able to do business with the Europeans without needing say-so or agreements and stuff like that.
All right. Thank you, Kal-El. Thank you for your input. Anyone else wants to comment before we move on?
Yeah. I would like to comment. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, James.
No, I was going to say, I believe that, yes, men can take care of, like, there are good single fathers out there, or there are good men out there that, just say your wife is in a position where she's making a lot of money and you decide as a couple that the man is going to stay home and take care of the kids. There are a lot of cases of that out there, but I just believe that there's just something about a woman and the way how she take care of the kids that, like, a lot of times, like when my wife is going to work, because I'm more flexible, like I'm the one that do lunch and get the kids ready and stuff like that. But I would send the kids off to school crusty, like with no Vaseline on their face and stuff. My wife is not doing that. You know, the type, like she will see every single thing. You know, like sometimes, like I go pick up my son and come back home and my wife will be like, "Oh my gosh, like you make him leave in that pants," and I honestly didn't see that the pants had a ripper, you know. So I just think that there's certain things that women are gifted at a different level, and there's certain things that men are gifted at a different level. But yeah, like we still can do the different roles. I don't think there's any particular gender role that we have to stick to per se. But as what's his name, Jumper stated, that I believe that there should be space for like gender roles, because honestly, like I would not want my wife to be a police officer. I would not want her to be out there chasing gunmen and jumping over fence and doing all these type of stuff. And I've seen, we had a friend that she's a police officer, and the type of things that they go through, her husband did not have the capability to pour into her when she came home from work. And, you know, police officer get counseling and stuff like that. And they ended up divorced like in no time. So like, I feel like there's certain things that are tough, like that will push you like as a man also, because a lot of men, like, you need police officers, a lot of police officers drink a lot because they go through a lot of stuff. Things that you see on the police force, you cannot unsee. So that's my personal bias. I would not want my wife to be a police officer. And I think for the most part, most women that I encounter, if they had their way and they could wave a magic wand and they could find a man that could provide and protect at the highest level, they would not have a problem being a homemaker. And that's just my experience.
And nothing is wrong with having that personal bias, James, you know, and it works for you and your spouse. The thing is, communication is so important. It's not a matter of you dictating to your wife, "Oh, you're never going to do that. I forbid you." It is both of you having an agreement about what it is that you would like in a woman and what she would like in a man, and what you both want in a relationship that serves both of you. Dr. Leslie and then Alvi. Thank you, James.
Oh, sorry. Hey, one of the things, and I you know, this is really, I mean, we can literally talk about this for some hours because there's so much training that has to be challenged. And when it comes to what we've known, our ways of knowing, that's not always very easy for people to relinquish and to relieve themselves of, because it almost threatens your entire existence. And I hear a lot of angst about these roles. Bottom line is, if I'm better at a thing, then I'll do it. If my husband is better at it, he could do it. He could change diapers all day long because he is better at doing that. Rock on, baby, with the diapers. You like to wake up at night and feed the baby, honey, go ahead. I don't mind. I could change the oil on the car. I got that gifting. The reality is, recognize who your partner is, what their gifting is, and let them rock so. Let them rock in the gift and release yourself, free yourself from these roles that have been, these pigeonholes that have been given to you throughout all of your days and lives and your moments into, you know, all of that. Release yourself of it. There's so much freedom to know that if I want to dig dirt with a hoe, I can do that because that's me. I love gardening. Listen, I dated somebody who couldn't put a nail in the wall. That's a whole man. Couldn't put a nail in the wall. You know, that's okay. That's not his gifting.
Right.
But I am okay with that. So recognize the gift, rock with the gift, and release yourself. Free yourself, my son.
Thank you, Dr. Leslie. I agree with that. And before I hand the mic over to Alvi and then Jump, let me ask a question. If you're single, or even if you're in a relationship, the light bulb need to change. And the new light bulb is sitting right there. And you're able to access it. You're not going to change it. You're waiting. Oh, that's his responsibility. The man is supposed to change the light bulb. What if he doesn't come home anytime soon? What if he goes out of town? You're going to leave the light bulb, the blown light bulb in the lamp, or you're going to turn around and change the light bulb?
Can I say something?
Yeah, Miss J. Hold on 1 second, Miss J. I'm going to go Alvi, Jumper, and then Miss J. Real quick. Let's think about that. Alvi, Jumper, and Miss J. Go ahead.
What's that question? Listen, I can't say anything much about that because I refuse to take out the garbage in my house. So I will pack it up in the garbage, but when the garbage man comes, I expect my spouse to bring it out to the front. So, you know, but the light bulb is something easy to change for me, right? But there are different duties, right? But for me, guy, I understand what Kelly was saying as well, you know, because after doing some research, I heard somebody said it on the live that women have always been working, especially us Black women. And I was like, let me do some research. And we've always been working. And even in the Bible where they talk about the Proverbs woman, right? When you think about scripture by scripture, word for word, she was also a businesswoman, right? But she knew herself, like she was excellent in trading and so forth, managing money and so forth. So what does that say to us as women? Know that you don't have to be this stay-at-home wife. You can actually be listen, women, we're supposed to be helpmates according to the Bible if you're Christian, right? However, it doesn't mean that you have to be a helpmate at home. You can be a helpmate with a 9 to 5. If your husband is saying that, hey babe, we need to retire at this age, I know, and we have to put in some overtime, you have to be the helpmate to help him get with family there. You know what I'm saying? So you don't have to be a helpmate being a stay-at-home mom. You don't have to. And we need to understand that in 2025, not a lot of persons can afford for their women to stay home, right? But what I'm asking women to do is never to be in a position where you start having too many masculine traits, you cannot turn it off.
Yeah.
And if the job is too hard for you, where you feel like, because there are jobs out there, here in Jamaica, the BPO sector, the hotel industry, every industry is a headache, right? But for me, if you feel like you can't be that soft person and so forth, then you have to talk to your husband. Hey, this job is, it's really irritating and so forth. But I mean, you don't have to be a stay-at-home. I'm just saying you don't have to be a stay-at-home mom for you to support your husband. I'm just saying you don't have to.
Communication, Alva, we come right back to the most important building block in a relationship. Communication, open, honest, effective communication that involves listening when your partner is speaking. Go right ahead, Jumper, and then we head on over to Miss J.A.
You say, to pick up where you left off, open communication, open and honest communication. I'm going to tell you this. based on what I've seen, right, across the world, what women say they want is often not what they respond to. Okay? So there was this, there is somebody on your panel that say, okay, she's okay with changing the oil and all of this, and he's good at changing the diapers and all of that. And that's all well and good, and changing the light bulb, changing a light bulb from a woman changing the light bulb and not waiting for her husband to get home to change it doesn't mean she's masculine. It's out of a necessity. And changing a one light bulb, but when she has to change the light bulb, mow the lawn, change the oil in the car, and do all of these masculine things that a man normally does for his family and around his house, or her house, whatever. The question is now, does she can still look up to that man, respect him accordingly, and treat him, as her husband? Because from what I've seen is that women will say, yes, they're okay with it, and, they don't have a problem mowing the lawn, while he stays in the kitchen and change the diapers and cook the food. They'll say that out of their mouth. But when they get a man who does that, the respect and how they treat him is not often how they treat a man who they view, who would assume all these masculine traits. So men, I'm saying to you, be careful of what you're told, as opposed to what these women really want. Because what they say they want is often and very often not what they respond to. You can go, that's my contribution for now.
Thank you, Jumper.
Moment.
Go right ahead. Hold on, Dr. Leslie. Let me hear what Miss J.A., because she's waiting patiently. Let me hear what she has to say. Back to you, Dr. Leslie. But real quick, Jumper, I think what we want to be careful with the roles that we're attaching to men versus women. And we have to remember that mowing the lawn does not take away from you being a woman, nor does it add to a man being more man. Yes, I get it.
Nothing, it's not absolute.
Right. Thank you, Jumper. Miss J.A., go right ahead, and then Dr. Leslie.
Why I've never been on your program before? What's going on? Why you never invited me?
Because
it's so good for you.
No,
it's so good for you.
I invited you,
what
Miss
is
J.A.
happening?
I invited
Exactly.
you.
I'll be invited. The host never invited me.
No, hold on there, Miss J.A. Back up a second with your gorgeous self. Hold on a second with your gorgeous self. You're popping and you're pop out. You're popping and you're pop out. But I'm glad to have you here now. So take the mic.
Thanks for the invite. But me, I am just a girl. Don't ask me about, I don't know what oil to put in my tank. I don't know. I live in a state where I don't even put my own gas. Okay, I am a girl.
Oh, you're there in New Jersey.
Yes, I am. Yeah, you know what? I don't even put my gas. But I love me a man that's a leader. If there's if the light bulb needs to change, I will wait for you. If it take you a week to get here, I'm gonna wait. I'm just a girl. I'm used to being that girl that was super independent, and then I realized that was a problem that was hindering me from even getting somebody that I really want, because they're like, what role do I have in her life? So now I'm a girl. Don't ask me nothing. I don't know nothing. I'm a girl. So Jumper, once again, it's based on communication and it's based on your partner. You cannot generalize a statement of women say what they want and that's not true. Mm-hmm. We know what we want. So I'm at my age, I know what I want. And I want somebody who's a leader, and it has nothing to do with your money. It has to do with how much money you make. I need a leader. If you say sit back and do nothing, I will sit back. And as for Khalil,
I think Miss J.A. got a call. You got
no.
Okay.
As for Khalil, my friends, if I find a man tomorrow that says MJ stay home, trust me, I'll be ready to do yoga and do gym every day and walk around pretty. Okay, so don't believe that.
And I
Thanks,
can
guy.
respect that. I can respect that because guess what? It's what you want for you. You're not going out there and pretending. You're letting that person know upfront. This is me. This is what I want. It's either they're in tune with that, they are willing to provide that for you, or
Yeah,
they go their way. I think everybody, and
exactly.
you're not wrong if that's what you want. That is what you
Yeah.
want, you know.
Yeah,
And
yeah. Thank you for inviting me. I'll stick
thank you,
around and listen.
thank you,
Okay.
Miss J.A. Dr.
You're
Leslie.
welcome.
Go on yourself, Miss J.A. Go on yourself.
Oh, Lord. Oh, no. It's only Monday and it's supposed to be 100 degrees outside. It looked like it's already 100 degrees in here. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, Jumper, you're losing your religion, brother. Oh gosh. Pressure bus spike. Jumper. Let me just say this. It's all about
Hold on,
balance.
Jumper. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me set the tone. Here, we don't overtalk each other. We allow each person to speak and then we pass the mic. So from Dr. Leslie to Lenky and then back to you, Jumper. Go right ahead.
Yeah, what I was saying is that there has to be balance, right? One of the things that I knew to do, and when I had a partner, a husband, what we did, we outsourced stuff. Okay, you could afford to outsource it, we outsource it. If the yard work, even though I love to do yard work because of my work, sometimes I was too busy, we would outsource that. But again, it's a partnership. So where one drops, the other one pick up. Where the other one pick up, the other one, it's a dance. Relationship is a dance that you do. And it's an individual dance. When I say individual, it's between the two partners. It's not going to look like anybody else's dance. It's not going to look like any other couple's dance. So I cannot allow society or people out there, people who have ideas out there to dictate how I dance in my relationship. My relationship with my husband is my relationship with my husband. It's not a relationship with anyone else. If he wants to do the laundry, even though I'm OCD about the laundry, he could do the laundry. Just do the darts and hide the bleach away. Right? You can do it. If I say, you know what, let me go out and whatever. I love to do a lot of hand stuff and things. If I want to do that, that doesn't make me any less than a woman because I ain't no girl. I'm a whole woman, 100% woman, 2 ovaries and a uterus, and that's. So I think really it's the relationship, and sometimes we feel like the pendulum, we didn't get it right in one swing, so we swing the pendulum all the way on the other. But there has to be a balance. Let's come to a balance.
Yeah.
Let's outsource and let's keep our relationships with the people we're in relationship with.
Yes, thank you for that, Dr. Leslie. And before I hand the mic over to you, Lenky, I think these societal standards or, the construct that is in place has led to women being tired. Let's not make no mistake about that. A lot of women in relationships are tired. Why? Because they are living up to societal expectations and these roles that are pushed on women. You must go out there, go work, then you come home, you must cook, look after the pit of them while the man gets to put up his feet. All right, Lenky, you're up, and then Jumpo.
Hey guys,
Hey,
remember
Lenky.
moments, no mic passing, all right?
Lenky, but I went this morning.
But yeah, I kind of agree with I don't really know the names, but the last speaker
That
who
was
saying
Dr.
like it's
Leslie. How
okay,
can
yeah,
you
that,
not know
that
Dr. Leslie? Lenky.
no, is that like you see the
Lenky.
names? I see MD art from blah blah blah, so I don't really, know the names like that. But yeah, Dr. Leslie, I agree with you where um personally I think it's a partnership and whatever percentage, I hear a lot of people most times, even on social media, asking about like this 50-50 question. And I personally believe, listen, whatever percentage it takes to make the relationship work and the partnership work, if it's 100-0, 50-50, 60-40, 70-30, whatever, as long as you meet the goal, that's the end game. And I don't agree with the rules per se.
But I believe that some of the quote unquote manly stuff should be done by the men. You know, for example, if we're doing the lawn and the woman can help as well, bring a nice glass of lemonade, a little rag come wipe my face and stuff like that. That show, a partnership to, at least I think about me and what I noticed, most times, and this is something that I've seen a lot, and I think Jumper said this, and I'm not generalizing, but I'm not even gonna say most time, but sometimes, because he mentioned like women say they want this and they really don't want it. And I say that because I've seen where women tell you, listen, I need a leader, I need a man that is a man that does this, does that, but then they have a son and they grow that son to be the complete opposite of what they describe that they want in a man. They do his laundry as evil up until him turn big man. You get me? Them don't the stuff for them wanting at the man, them not grow them son like that. And then a next man's daughter is gonna end up with their son. And it just don't make no sense to me. You get me? And a lot of times, I remember when I was in Jamaica, I'm a man like I can cook, me do everything, me do everything. I can do everything for myself. I grew up in the country, me grew up with my mother, my father, both are married. At one point they separated, and I remember I had a stepfather, right? And when my dad was there, when whenever he's going to if I'm gonna cut a bamboo, me and my brother have to cut. If you can cut 100 bamboo, me have to cut one. My brother have to cut one. When I'm dig the hole, if you dig 10 hole, me have to dig one. My brother have to dig one. So when my dad and my mom separated, I was the oldest child. So I made the man at the yard. So I took on that role. My mother find a man, and I remember distinctly. There was a hurricane one time, and me, mommy, my younger brother, my sister, out in the rain, put up sandbag by roof, and this man in the house in a bed. And when me finish, me tell my mother, I said, listen to me, mommy. Me I so rest in peace, but me say, listen, all of we can the outer door I do this, and this man in the house in a bed, like lie down like girl, so watch her. Better we are alone. Stay here. Within a week, him pack up and leave. You get me? And that just show the things when me see my dad used to do, right? That set the tone and make me say, listen, mommy, sometimes women, the emotion fight, your love, but some women like, this is unacceptable. This cannot work. You get me? So I agree with Jumper. Sometimes the women, they say they want this, and when they get it, it's really not what they want.
And Lenky, that is why open, honest communication at the beginning of the relationship is important. Stop the pretending. Stop it, folks. It does not serve any one of us. Lenky, you said your mom, right? Okay, may your mom rest in peace. Absolutely.
One other thing.
Hold on, Jumper. Mute up for me 1 second, Jumper. Go ahead, Lenky. I'm going to make a statement, then I'll hand over to Jumper. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. One other thing that I think is very important as well. I know it may not be as easy as it sounds, but I think it's very important to find out about a person, how they grew up, family structure and stuff like that, when getting in a relationship with them. I think that is very important because, if you're brought up a certain way and, for example, you're brought up with love, it's the simple things, family, good family structure and stuff like that, versus someone who was brought up where, their definition of love was getting gifts or getting everything that they want, and I think that can be a problem because then you know you won't go well together, because I've been in a situation before where like my partner at the time, they could not understand, I even asked her, like, do you tell your mom you love her? And she was like, no. So your mom tell you she love you? No. And that was like a big problem, believe me, because they just couldn't understand that meaning of love. And it just ended up not working at all, because when my mom got sick, and I let her know, listen, um, I gotta do this, I gotta do that. And it was like a big issue. I mean, this is not let her know, like, one madam having us, so
Yeah.
if that's it, then that's just it.
That's just it. Thank you, Lanky. Lanky, thank you so much for your input. Jumper, it's you. Then after Jumper, it is Kalel and then James. But real quick, I want to read a comment here on YouTube. Just a girl. I understand that. This is to you, Miss J.A. Just a girl. I understand that and know what to expect if that is mentioned in the beginning of the relationship. And yeah, nothing is wrong with that. You tell them, and you know what? This is me. This is who I am. Go right ahead, Jumper. So it's Jumper, Kalel, and then James. Go ahead.
Yeah. Just a little correction. I think James wanted to speak before Khalil, but it's your program. Just
Oh,
let you know.
I'm so sorry. I didn't
You
notice.
probably wasn't paying attention.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And also just a little, Dr. Leslie, I have a slight hearing problem, so I speak a little loudly. I have to make an effort to kind of not speak loud. So if you hear me talking loud, not that I'm triggered, it's just my little hearing issue that I have. Okay.
No worries.
And also thank you, Alvi, for sending me the live. I appreciate it. No, here is what I'm gonna say. All right. When you notice, I'm gonna show you that women will say they want a man who is not a runaround and all of this. All right. And is faithful and all these things. Now, we will agree that the ultimate love of a woman is for her child. I mean, we can debate it, but the school of thought is that women generally love their children. Now, when they're choosing a man, if they are, let's say 30 years old, and they know that this man is a virgin, never had sex yet.
Now, can we change out the word so we don't get flagged on?
Okay.
TikTok, please. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Is a never
had any no physical activity.
Right. Yet many a times he's not attractive to them. Okay. And also when they're growing, the women are growing their sons. All right. And he is the quote unquote hot boy who have whole heap of girls and so on. They oftentimes feel a little bit more even proud of him. And I'll say fathers too, being a father myself, you understand? So they don't grow their sons to represent what they say they want, right? And when they're choosing, they don't choose on the basis of what they say they want. Oftentimes, what they say they want is not attractive to them. And if you can look out there, right, many a times, or more often than not, that no activity man will never get a second look from from most women, because they don't want anybody that they're going to have to teach. So again, I don't expect any other woman to agree with me on this panel, right? Sometimes not even the men also. But from my experience and what we've seen out there, that's not the case. They don't respond to what they say they want. Also, these rules, back to these rules, the switching up of the rules or the blurring of the lines where the rules are concerned traditionally male, traditionally female, and all of that. The structure that is out there and the blurring of the lines, how well has that worked for the societies that are promoting these blurring of the lines? How well has that worked for the society? How well has it worked for the world? Look at the chaos that is out there now. So we can say that roles provide a certain structure and a certain order. Even in a marriage, you have certain roles, and it's decided between the couple. I agree. You understand? But there is a certain division of labor within that marriage, within that relationship, right? Where people get, no, this is your role, this is right. And when there is order, and it is able to, everybody once you understand your role, you function within that. Right? You understand? Listen, my wife, right, has her flowers garden. And every time she sit down on a stool, I'm out there, I pour dirt, I dig this and I dig that, and she point finger, I do this, do that, and then she get up and say it's her flowers garden. After me do all of the work. All right? Because what? She understand that and this is a sign by couple. I'm not saying it has to be that way. That these things are me do it. Around there, me take care of the yard, but it's her garden. I just do the heavy lifting. And that is how most traditional relationship or marriages work. There has to be a division of labor within it. Now, that don't mean to say if I'm not there, she can't go dig her own hole the flowers garden, But once I'm there and I'm available, she expects that I'm going to do all of that. The heavy lifting and lift up the dirt and all these things. That's the way I see it.
All right, Jumper, thank you so much for your comment. Kalel and then James. But before I hand the mic to you, Kalel, someone put a comment in the chat that I am logic important. Emotions is what gets you all tired. So, local dragger, you're trying to say then that a woman must be physically exhausted and not acknowledge the reason for her being physically exhausted. So you're saying that I must go out there, work a 8-hour job, come home, cook dinner, wash up the dishes, do the homework with the children, get them to bed, do the laundry, do the cleaning, and you do what? What exactly do you do? What exactly do you do? That wouldn't work for me. I can tell you that point blank. That would not work for me. For me, we need balance. We share the responsibilities. We know our strengths, and we share our responsibilities based on our strengths. If my husband's strength is cooking and mine is doing the homework, while he's cooking, I'm dealing with the homework. If his is to put the children to bed and mine is to do the laundry, we do it that way. But yes, a lot of women are tired because we are stressed out by having to carry the workload in the home. And then have the nerve to turn on and ask for extracurricular activities. No. Not at all. Ain't happening. Go right ahead, Kalel, and then James, and then we come back to you, Jumpo. Go ahead.
If James want to go first, I could go after him.
All right, don't matter. James, what you want? No, go ahead, Kalel. Since your mic is open, go ahead, and then we'll go to James.
Okay, so everything I've always said online is to be upfront and straightforward. First dates, like people say certain questions are off limits, but nothing is off limits. So I want to get into everything because we're saving each other time here. And a lot of people don't have a backbone, to be honest. It's either it's going to work or it's not going to work based on, how things are set up. I hear the conversation of 50-50 and all these other things going on. Non-traditional women are asking for 100%. I'm like, you're not traditional though. You don't believe in traditional values. And I do agree with some of what Jumper said, but it's however a person wants to set up their household and their relationship. Now, there's a lot of hypocrisy when it comes to this. There's no gender role thing going on, especially when it comes into the field of mental health. Like I've been doing tons of studies and research on fatherhood abandoned, fatherhood lost, or fatherhood aborted, and parent alienation, and how it affects men. People don't think it affects men as deeply as it do because it's perceived that only women have emotions, and they don't understand how the emotion is ran with these men. But they have tons of studies on it that they're starting to get into now, like these affect men, and it goes into their next relationship. So that's one of the things that people don't pay attention to is men's mental health. It's like, okay, there's tons of avenues out there to assist women. There's almost like an endless list. But when it comes to men, it's like, hold up your stress. You know, you're a man, hold it in. But it's damaging to the man, and it's also damaging to the woman and the family. And when it also comes to, let's say, the provide and protect, as much as women wouldn't say, okay, the patriarchy and a woman's supposed to do this. I know a guy named, what's the guy called? Nick Davis. And he has 4 wives and he stay at home. And you should see the comments. You should see how women lose their mind. Women who don't believe in so-called patriarchy and gender roles and all that, they're so mad at this man because he stays home. His women want him to stay at home and they go out and work. So I think that people just pick and choose whatever fit in their color line.
Interesting. Thank you, Khalil. James, you ready?
Yeah. So I think the most important thing is, you know, as we've been stressing on all morning, communication. Communication is very important. And the next thing that is important is accountability, right? I believe that is what is lacking in our community. We're all victims when things don't work out our way. So communicate and be accountable. Like if you are, just say you are a woman that wants a man that possess the 666, the mark of the beast, right? And that percentage of men are 10% or they're in the 1% fertile, right? And you possess, that is what you want. As a woman, you're in your right to want the 666 man, right? But the thing is, at the same time, acknowledge that this is 1% of the population, the 6'6" man that you want. And the chances of you getting that man is very slim. If you don't get that man, then you cannot blame and say men are, you know, man are waste man and this and that and, you know, stuff like that. And on the other side, if you're a man that you want, like the arm candy, the beauty queen kind of woman, the 1% type of woman that is gonna be like everything that you want, like the beauty queen, the one that want to stay home, the one that want to cook and wash and clean and be faithful. Just know that if you don't get that type of woman, not all women are this and that and that. Be accountable. It's your choice to want, you know, someone that it's in like the 1% or whatever. If you're not flexible enough to say, you know what, if I can't get that, let me choose something else. You cannot blame. And I think that is what we do in our community. Like a lot of times you see black men having problems with relationship with black women, and they call out all black women as this and that and derogatory terms. And the same thing with black women. So I believe that, you know, like if you set your standard to a small set and you can't attain that, like, you know, move the goalpost a little bit, because the reality is 90% of us are just regular people. And the reality is that, like, if a woman now is out there looking for a man that can protect, provide, and do everything, the chances of her getting that is not easy for every woman to get. So, like, you move the goalpost a bit and say, okay, like, let's find someone that is just going to be respectful, is going to be faithful, we can work together, we can pool our resources, and we can make things work, because that is the reality of most people. When I hear 50-50 argument online, to me, I feel like that is just like a social media kind of thing, because the real men and women that I know that go to work every day, nobody have a time to stop and think about 50-50 or 70-30 or whatever. They just make things work, you know? So that's what I believe. Like, be upfront with each other and accountability. When you set your standard to a level that can't be attained, be accountable and don't blame other people for the standard that you set. Women are not bad.
Stick up in, James. Thank you. Hold on 1 second for me. Just want to say a big thank you to everyone listening online. QMZradio.com for quality music while you work or play. Keep it logged on to www.qmzradio.com for that good music to get you through your day. Thank you to our listeners on madmusichouse.com, any genre, anytime. Also want to say a big thank you to everyone listening on janoradio.com. Don't forget to download the Jano Radio app. It is available in your Apple and Google Play stores. Jano Radio, take us on the go. It is the top of the hour. Thank you to everyone watching on YouTube. And thank you for everyone right here with me on TikTok. Coffee and Toe, World News on the Go, is brought to you in part by Grand Coffee House. Enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Shop today. Use the code CoffeeInToe20 at checkout at www.grandcoffeehouse.com. Also brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Head on over to lormelskinfood.com for a natural, beautiful you. Thank you, James. Thank you so much. I want to say thank you to everyone for tapping up the screen. Thank you for the gifts, and thank you to the new followers. And most importantly, thank you so much for the engagement. Appreciate it. All right. So we started off the conversation. There was a post that I came across on Instagram. How long should a couple date before moving in together? What's too soon? Thank you so much. Thank you. What's too soon and what's too late? And we have segued into societal roles that could be deemed social constructs meant to box us in. Are these roles realistic? Should we still be upholding them based on our gender? Are there roles that are strictly male roles? Are there roles that are strictly female roles? And how do those roles work in a relationship? All right. So thank you, Cindy. Thank you, Dr. Keisha. Anybody else wants to contribute before we move on to a video that I came across? Go ahead, Jumper. Go right ahead. Or is that Dr. Keisha? Okay, Jumper.
It's me, but I think Miss Jaw, I wanted to say something, but I think Miss Jaw wanted to speak. I saw in the chat earlier she wanted to respond.
Thank you. I didn't notice. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Miss J.A.
Thank you, Dr. Keisha. So again, I'm going to go back to Jumper, right? Because I don't know how we get here, Jumper, but we're disagreeing so much. Because I think that, again, it's communication. Right? You a lot of times when you speak, you're generalizing women. We're not a monologue, right? We're not monologues. We're not. The things that I like, I am sure Alvi doesn't like it. Okay? So there are women that would say, I want to be a stay-at-home wife, a stay-at-home mom, and that's it. If I find a husband tomorrow and he says, I don't want my beautiful wife to be outside working for the man, I will sit my pretty butt down. Okay, so it's not about we don't know what we want. It depends on who you are. I am in my 40s. I am going to give you exactly what you want on the first date. Like Khalil always tell us, I lay it out on the first date. So I don't waste your time and you don't waste mine. Right? But it depends on the woman that you're looking for, the woman that you're targeting, and the woman that you're building a relationship with or getting in a relationship with. Mm-hmm. I think women are honest. I think a lot of times men are blinded by beauty, right? You will see the woman beautiful. You will see how she looks in her clothes or outfits, and you're blinded. You don't hear anything. And then you say, oh, she never told me that. Yes, she did. You were too blind, right? And that has been the problem. We're labeled now because one person did something wrong or one person did something wrong in their relationship. But sometimes I don't think it's wrong. I think it's men are so focused on the exterior. A lot of men are focused on the exterior, that they don't pay attention to the words that are coming out of these women's mouths. That's it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We are so distracted. And again, folks, I'm going to take it back to communication. Communication, yes, give me 1 second, Jump. I'm going to hand it over to you. Communication involves listening, effective listening, folks. If you're not sure that you understand what somebody just said, ask for clarification, right? Be clear, be specific, be detailed. Go ahead, Jumbo.
Miss J, obviously, I don't know every woman in Jamaica or every woman in the world. So you have to speak generally whenever you're speaking. I can't say that speak to you only or speak to Alvi only, because I don't, I might know Alvi, but I don't know you, and I don't know every woman. So when you're speaking on a topic, you have to speak on the general norm of what we see based on our experience. So I'm speaking generally. Also, the issue that that not all women are gonna represent what what I'm saying. There are gonna be some that doesn't fit what I'm saying. Maybe you're that one. All right, and more power to you. Happy for you. But the point is that generally, this is what we see. Also, I want to note something though. It's of particular interest to me, is that you don't want me to speak generally on women, but I noticed that you're speaking generally on men, because that is how we speak when we speak to a topic, because I don't know every woman. So, but your point that you made about men a while ago, that was a general comment.
Okay, thank you. Jumper, you want to respond, Miss J.A., before we move on to Lanky?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Maybe I missed.
Keisha's next.
Sorry, Dr. Keisha. So Miss J.A., Dr. Keisha, and then Lanky. Sorry, Lanky. Go ahead, Miss J.A., go ahead.
I'm sorry. Maybe I missed something, but I did say some men. I'm sorry if you guys missed that part.
I thought that's what I
did
heard
say some.
too.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm never a generalized person, because I understand that I will never judge one man to the next in dating relationships. Every person is individual.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, Miss J.A. Go ahead, Dr. Keisha, and then we head over to DJ Lanky.
Thank you, DJ Linky. And I'm going to speak specifically, not generally. I also think it depends on the generation, because I don't know what generation Jump is talking about. That must be Gen Z, because Gen X over here, we could do it all. So in my specific situation, 22 years married, we have a completely non-traditional, and it wasn't by choice. It was kind of by circumstance during medical school, during residency and so forth. When I had my son and I was like in the middle of residency, he was busy, he chose to put things on hold so he could be at home and take care of the kids, and things kind of evolved. Like, he used to pretend he couldn't wash clothes. So I would end up washing. Now he'll wash his own stuff, but he's a better cook than me. Like, I can do all that. I did all that before, but he's a better cook than me. And we know he's a better cook than me. So, I admit that. He thinks he's a handyman. He's not a handyman. So he doesn't even fit that tradition. He thinks he can, but we always have to call an expert anyway. But it kind of just involves in that when you're working towards a purpose. I think social media with this soft life, or women are lazy, women just want this handed, those are generalizations that are actually very false when you meet real women and you meet real men, because real men are willing to roll up their sleeves and do the work that may be embarrassing for others. And he does it with pride, and I'm appreciative of it.
Congratulations on 22 years. We're coming right behind you. We are right behind you, Dr. Keisha. Yeah, for us, we share responsibilities. I don't think we have ever looked at each other and said, oh, that's your responsibility. No, that's your responsibility. We've never done that. We some things we do together, some things he gets up and does, some things I get up and do. But we have never assigned roles. We both cook. We'll both do the laundry. It may be done differently. Yes, he doesn't like to do it because he will say that I'm going to go behind him and refold everything, or I'm going to say it was put on the wrong hanger, or the various things. But we still do it together. Cleaning, we will do it together. I have never said, oh, it's your responsibility, so you get up there and do it. Nor has he ever done that to me, and it has worked.
And I'm a lot moment, so I just get a cleaning service to come. You got to find something. And lawn too, because I don't know how he was cutting the lawn. I was like, let me just.
I mean, when we were both working, we had somebody come in and clean it. Since I'm home, that we don't have somebody to come in and clean. We don't do that, but we do it together. The lawn, not me, not him. We pay somebody to do that too. So you operate in what works best for both of you, what works best for your relationship. You're not going to operate based on what works for Dr. Leslie's relationship, what works for Jumper's relationship. And I think that is where we have a huge problem. We are trying to please society, and we're trying to fit into society's expectations, right? Society says the woman must change the pamper. And that is why you will see in some commercials or on social media where the man automatically hands the baby over to the mother. She stops what she's doing. No, it's your child too. Change the pamper too. The child going to sit in it because it's a woman's responsibility to change a child. Come on, go ahead. Lanky, you're up.
Yeah, I wanted to add to what Jumper and Miss J.A. Were saying. I'm all about consistency. Like I always, you my friends, I always said be consistent. And Miss J was saying, just like Jumper said when he was ending, he said, she was saying that he's generalizing women and she was generalizing men, which I heard she said that men are blinded. So that I think that's pretty much the same thing. She was generalizing as well. So that's what I wanted to say. And also, like personally, I think regardless of what anyone says, I think there are roles they may not have to be explicitly said, like this is your role. But I think I think everyone here knows that there are implied roles, because if we're in the house and we hear a noise at the door or at the window, we're not expecting the woman to get up and go and check out that sound. I'll check out what it is. She is expecting us, the men, to go and look what's happening, being the protector. And that's a role. And that's implied. That doesn't have to be said, listen. Yes, it's true. And there are some things that women do better than men and men do better than women. Women are more caring, they're more nurturing, than us men. We are more rough. And that's the way we were built. Like, it's just, there are some things that I think, like, we just cannot explain. Just like I personally, if I go shopping, if I want corned beef, if I want this, I just go and buy corned beef. I hate shopping. I hate going. I don't like that. And it's the same, I think, with women. They don't like, they just can never understand what is it with men and sports. It's just some things that you just cannot explain it. And Dr. Thomas, yes, we can both get up and check the window, but this is where it comes in. Me being the man, I'm not gonna want you to check it with me. I'll go do it myself. You get me? So I just think, like you said, moment, society and social media and a lot of stuff just gets into everybody's head. And if you're not firm and know what is it that works for you and not be easily swayed by that, then you'll be in trouble. Because like I said before, it's whatever works for you guys. It's whatever makes the end goal. If Jumper go and dig the hole and him wife point the finger like she had the boss, if that works, that works. if Dr. Thomas get a cleaning person to come and do it, and them both sit down and watch TV or whatever, that's works. Jumper don't look in a Dr. Thomas relationship and say, you know what? Make we do that. Like with Dr. Thomas, don't do that. Whatever works for you, works for you. And like I said, I think there are some roles that are just implicit roles that we don't have to come out and
So Dr. Leslie messing with your lanky. Dr. Keisha is who he means, and I get it. Dr. Leslie, go ahead, Lanky.
But there's Thomas in the name, no?
Welcome to the room, Dr. Thomas.
No, Thomas in Dr. Keisha's
name. So Thomas, Thomas.
You have Dr. Leslie, Dr. Keisha, and then Dr. Sharon, who is, I think she's in the audience below.
Well, I'm speaking it into being.
So Dr. Thomas, you must be talking about Ja. You're speaking Ja.
Yes, Ja. Yeah.
Oh, he's speaking that my husband's last name would be Thomas. Come on, Lanky.
You're a brilliant panel, I must say.
Modern records, Lanky. Lanky spinning modern records. Come on, Lanky.
I want to say, I feel woefully inadequate among such a brilliant panel.
Not at all, Jumper. Don't you dare to speak on yourself like that. You're all adequate. We have a very diverse panel, and there are other folks who you have not heard the opportunity to hear from yet, but we're very diverse. We love it. We don't ask for you to be professional. We don't ask for you to have the letters of the alphabet behind your name. The only thing we ask for here is mutual respect for one another, but I think hold on there. So I'm gonna let Lanky finish up, and then I think Alfie wants to say something, and then we'll head over to you, Jumper. Go ahead, Lanky.
Yeah. To add to what Jumper said, I remember when I just started university, right? This man in the community asked me like why I came back in the community to mix up with the guys there. I'm like, what do you mean? So he's like, no, stay at town with the town man. I said, listen, I have to go out there, bring my experiences back to my community, motivate at least one person to go out there as well, and then both of us come in and we can motivate two more. So now it's four of us out there. So when Jumper was saying, you feel inadequate, it just reminded me that a long time ago I told some friends of mine, because I'm a bright boy, and they always say, listen, I told them, listen, don't you ever feel that I'm more than you because you think that I'm brighter than you. If you're a chef, be the best chef there is. If you're a dancer, be the best dancer there is. If you sweep the street, be the best street sweeper. Whatever it is that you do, just be the best. And Jump Up, I know I just play still, but yeah, I just, just add that.
Amen. Thank you, Lanky. Alvi, over to you. And so
Lanky, you're gonna leave me elder alone, Leave elder alone. That Jumper is very a joke, man.
Yeah, I know a joke.
But anyways, I definitely agree with everyone though. I think do what works for you, because a lot of times I've seen a relationship before where they try to be, that is traditional thing, and honestly themselves are not traditional, or they're not in a traditional situation either, because if both the man and the woman is working, you have to understand that that's not in the traditional realm, right? Because if they're both paying bills and they're both out there working, probably they have a goal, and eventually they will get there. They can't be traditional, because if she's going out there with a 9 to 5, you cannot expect her to come in and wash, cook, and clean while you put up food. You could go help wash down plate too, sir. Change a couple diapers, change a couple of them. You know what I say? Bathe the kids, pick up the kids, help with homework. You know what I'm saying to you? So it depends. So do what works for you, and a lot of times too, sometimes when things don't work for you, you can ask the elders. Couple elders like Jumper, the doctors who are married and so forth. Right?
We have to balance.
But you can ask them. You can ask them as well, hey, how did you and mom, how did you and your work out and everything, and try to add a little mixture into it. Because sometimes, I have a twin brother. He's married for 3 years now. And honestly, they're a mixture of the two. These two, like, her mother would come over and be like, we can't believe you give the man patty for breakfast. And it's what they were on the road. We're going to eat no patty. Catch a little burger sandwich. Eh? You get me? That's why I set you up, because some persons are a mixture of the two, but just do what works for you. And I've never seen those two argue on those type of things, because they're just themselves and they're doing what works for them, right? And just do what works for you. And if you see that you can add a little mixture, ask coffee, Miss 20 years down the so, elder Annie 50,000 years, you understand? But yeah.
Thank you, Alvi. Thank you so much. We had another comment from Jumper, and I think Kalel wanted to say something, if I'm not mistaken. Y'all help me out here juggling the chat moving too fast. Go ahead, Jumper.
Hey, me and Alvi have this ongoing elder thing, where she keep on referring to me as elder. It must be my mind. But all day, me not reach 50 yet, Alvi, as you very well know. Anyway, let me ask you this, right? When women in particularly come up with this construct of
Jumper says some women, be careful. Say some women.
Some women, thank you. Some women come up with this construct, right, of lowering the bar for what a man should be, right? Now, those don't get triggered yet, right? And we say, and as women, we say that we don't expect this from a man, or we don't expect that from a man, and a man can this and a man can that. And essentially what it does is lower the bar and the expectations of what a man should be. And then when your daughters come up and not able to find a worthy partner who she desires and has that construct in her mind of what a man should be, right? And you see the women talking about, even now, and as me said, me not 50 yet, me shade away from 50, right? And when you see the women walking around and saying, oh, they can't find any worthy man, and the women are overtaking the man intellectually in many different sectors and many different this and many different that, right? And even if you don't think that is from us, and I'm going to say particularly some women who have lowered the bar so much, right, for the description of a man. And that is the reason why every woman now suddenly can't find a good man who is worthy enough to be their partner. And when you lower it even further, right, what do you think is going to happen? As what we, the result is what we see happening now in most societies. What do you think about that?
So let me see if I understand what you're asking. Let me make sure I understand what you're asking.
I purposely left it open-ended so that you could come to the realization of what I'm saying. So I purposely didn't make my full point.
So let me make sure I understand, or this is what I get from what you just mentioned. You are saying that women have lowered the bar as to what they should expect, or what's the bar that society has set. Women have lowered it, and as such, they're just accepting any and anything from men.
I am saying, not just accepting anything from men, but they are looking around, not being able to find a man to complement their skills and social skills. For example, since we have a lot of doctors in the panel here, you find a lot of doctors, and I'm not saying this is right or wrong, I'm saying what I'm hearing. You have a lot of doctors complaining that, they can't find a man who is worthy enough, or who they see as worthy to be a spouse, So now they feel, again, that, now they have to start choose a fireman or a blue collar worker because they don't feel like this man is worthy enough, not just from an earning capacity or a but they don't feel like their spouse is on par with them, and so they're unable to have a big pool to choose from. So you find that they are compromising on what they really want, and oftentimes these relationships don't work. And again, I'm not referring to just earning power, but there's social and cultural aspects, intellectual stimulation and all these things. And as it comes to raising children and all of these things, you know what I mean? So somebody has to be on par with you, and the gap is so wide. Is that a result of men? Yeah, may I try tread light?
Is that a result of men not being able
Yeah,
to
three
keep up?
doctors up here.
Yeah, so let's have the doctor's response since let me hold my comment. Go ahead. Which doctor wants to go first?
Hi,
Dr. Alvin, Dr.
turn your camera off, Sharon. Turn your camera.
Dr. Sharon, come right up in the camera. Hold on, doctors. Hold on a second, doctors. Finish up your statement, Jumper. Then we're gonna hear from Alvin.
I was trying to tread very lightly whosoever gave me the advice. To the point where I was even to make my point sufficiently, because I had to be choosing my words so carefully. So yes, I am treading lightly.
All right. So thank you, Jumper. Thank you for your question. Alvin, let me hear what you have to say. Then I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Leslie, Dr. Keisha, and Dr. Sharon. Go right ahead.
All right, Dr. LB here. Speaking it into being. But anyways, I think that based on what I understand, I don't think your education nor your earning equates to a certain type of man, right? Because we said it before Jumper came that it's the character that equates to you getting a certain type of partner, right? So a lot of times, let me speak for us women. Let me talk about for some women, guys, but a big stone me up here. But for some women, they would think that because they're doctors or they're lawyers or they're earning a certain amount of money and they're in certain circles, it equates to you getting a certain type of man. That is not the case. You know what I'm saying to you? And I've always spoken about energies and good character, attract other good characters, right? Your energy attracts a certain type of man. So a lot of times we attract what we are, and we're wondering why we attract such a toxic man. Some part of it toxic, and we love it, right? So I only can speak for some of those women who think that because they have a certain education and earning a certain type of money, it equates to them getting a six-figure man. That's not the case. That is not the case.
Hold on a second, Alvin. Hold on there. Hold on. Orally said, don't be afraid of the name. I'm a 50. How old am I this year? 52. I ain't scared of nothing. I'm not ignoring you at all. But thank you, Alvin. I agree. A lot of people, I think, or let me back up a second. I think the reason why people feel they don't measure up to be in a relationship with a doctor is because usually you find doctors marrying doctors or lawyers marrying doctors. It's not it's not always the case, but you will see that. And the reason that will happen is because of the amount of time that they will spend together. So going through med school, the years you spend in med school, depending on where you end up forming a relationship, right? You will also find a lot of doctors marrying nurses, right? So proximity, absolutely, Mr. President, absolutely. But let me go ahead and hand over the mic. Dr. Leslie, you want to go first?
Oh Lord, let me chew my food and drink my tea. Water. Wow. So much was said. I don't even know where to start. Jumper, you really wake up with violence on your mind this morning. You woke up with violence. Bumper say, I'm coming in and I'm coming in hard. I ain't care. It's the fourth day of summer. I'm coming hard. But that's okay. We coming harder. Wow. You know, I never really, as a physician, I always speak for me. I never approach a man or look for a man based on his profession. Like never. Like never. For me, intelligence is sexy. So if you're an intelligent person and you are a fireman, we can have a conversation. Integrity matters. If you have no integrity and you are a neurosurgeon, we're not going to talk. I'm not even going to smell your armpits. You understand? We're not getting that close. So it really depends on, I don't know what kind of woman or they're meeting up with. But as for this woman, I can only speak for me. Character matters. I'm not looking, I'm looking for, and in that character, I have to see someone with vision, right? You have to have vision. So if your vision is to own a cleaning company, you have a vision and you're working that vision, that matters more to somebody who is getting a paycheck on a W-2, because I'm not a W-2 kind of girl, right? I appreciate entrepreneurship, people who will grind, who have a vision and they work and you build together. That to me is sexy. Like, oh my God. He could think, he could have a conversation. Oh my gosh, like that's sexy. So I don't really agree necessarily that that we have lowered the bar. If anything, I have raised the bar even more, right? Because I'm not really about to put up with anything from anybody. I don't care your degree or any of that. A lot of us doctors from my network, we're busy, we're out there, we're grinding, and we've put a lot of things on hold. We've put family on hold, we've put, relationships on hold because we are working, right? And we are building career, we're taking care of patients. And now a lot of us are leaning back and saying, okay, well, what's out there? And honestly, what's out there, I need a microscope to find it. Because it's not so easy, because you have a lot of men who were good men who got wounded, and now they're just looking to live the soft life off of you kind of thing. So there's a lot of toxic craziness going on out there, and I ain't got the time moments. I good right there, drinking my water and minding my business.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Leslie. Dr. Keisha, you want to go ahead?
I'll let Sharon go next. I'll go after Sharon.
Okay, Dr. Sharon, you can see.
Yes, I've been listening for quite a while because I was actually at my ophthalmologist. But yeah, so one of the things that I find, like it's the character and the person, right? But one of the things that I find is that I find guys are intimidated by what I do. I've had guys straight out tell me, well, I can't afford you. I didn't ask you though. You already have everything that you need or want. You can afford whatever you need and want. You've been to many places. You've done this, you've done that. And they're completely intimidated. So what am I supposed to do with that? But I've dated men who are educated and they all come in with this same all damn toxicity and trash. So it's not, to me, the level of education is the person themselves, right? But when someone tell me right off the bat that they, well, you already been here, you already did that. You can do what you want, afford what you want, and they can't afford me and they're intimidated. That just, for me, I can't be bothered with that. I'm not trying to train nobody.
All right.
Hold on, Jumper. Hold on for me 1 second. So finish up Dr. Sharon, and then we have Dr. Keisha, and then Orally wants to say something, and then to you, Jumper. Go ahead, Dr. Sharon.
Yeah, so it's really truly the character of the person is how assured they are within themselves. So that's another thing. Because if you're intimidated by me and what I do and my education, we're not gonna get past the first few conversation. And that's it. Why, why Dr. Leslie can't afford me as if I asked him to buy me? Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Off to who is it? Dr.
Dr.
Keisha.
Keisha, then Orally, then Jumper, then Lenky. Go ahead, Dr. Keisha.
Okay, I will say this from my experience. It is easier earlier on in training, right? Because you haven't gone through enough. Listen, when someone sees patients every single day, they see people. So their discernment goes up over time. It's one of those professions you're literally around people every single day. So not necessarily, yes, your standards, but also your discernment for people goes up. Earlier on, you haven't quite made it, you're struggling, you're in a relationship. I was like in the, post-college, post-medical school phase. And so I don't know if I was looking for someone, if it would have been the same. So I had time, but didn't have time because I didn't have kids at the time. And, you have the ability to kind of look for people. But once you start getting into practice early in residency, you don't have the same time to start looking for someone. And I think what happens is a combination of things. Like for me and my husband, since it was earlier on, it was easy for us to learn each other, right, and grow with each other. But once you're, quote, set in your ways, I think there's two things budding. The root problem is not one root problem, Lyndon. The root problem is the lack of communication and understanding two different sides, assuming that doctors are pretentious and stuck up instead of appreciating the hard work and the credentials that they earned. And then not understanding how hard it is for a Black woman. I mean, I just went into the hospital room today and I am plant-based and they know I'm plant-based, but the microaggressions are real every single day. So you're carrying a lot on your shoulder. No, you shouldn't unload it on your significant other, but sometimes you do, and sometimes that takes into the decisions you make on your partner. And then we also do hear, quote, there's a lot, it's hard to find a good man. Well, I don't know what it is, but I look at some of these dating sites that people share with me, and I'm just like, I feel sorry. It's not easy. It's not easy on an other side, but we can't make assumptions and the generalizations that are going on here that women don't want to plant, women don't want to do this, men don't want to do this, men want to do that. But at the end of the day, it's very difficult and complex, but we have to get past that. And if a doctor wants someone of a certain caliber, let them. I mean, I wasn't looking for another doctor at the time. My husband and I are worlds apart, but it works for us. And I think it gets harder once you're set in your ways and you have it. Yeah, you're going to be discerning and you deserve to be discerning. And it's not easy on either side, but I mean, we've got to stop thinking that we also deserve a relationship. There may be something wrong with us that we're not ready for, that we're not understanding. I see a lot of that. There's a lot of pretentious people. There's a lot of people that think they're better than they truly are, and they're not deserving of a relationship, to be honest.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Keisha. Before I hand over to you, Jumper, it's Orally, Lenky, and then Jumper. But when someone is speaking, please keep your mic closed because there's a lot of feedback that goes out to internet radio plus YouTube.
And we are Gen X, so when you make noises, then I forget. I forget what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Keisha. Okay, Orally, you've been patient. Thank you so much. Go right ahead.
Thank you so much again for the opportunity to speak on your panel. I love these doctors. For quite some time, you don't meet a lot of people who are actually realistic about life, right? So the title that I'm going to deem my little splurge on this panel is that we tend to forget that each one of us is humans. Why? We've become so entitled in today's society that we're more bothered about your job description than the person that you are. You understand what I'm saying? And when it really comes down to it, it is a sad state, a very sad state. What do you do for a living? Well, I'm a doctor. Oh my gosh, I can't afford you. Quite laughable. And I literally just look at things and go like, wow. So you're telling me something that you go to school for to have a job, a career, is now your whole life. You see where things gone wrong one way around one part though, right? I will tell a lot of people this. You see, anytime I meet those entitled ones, not you fellow doctors up here, let me be very honest with you. Congratulations. You guys definitely passed the vibe test. Not that you were taking a test, but it's just good to hear realistic people. You understand? It is very good to hear that. So when I see these people and the way they're going on and so forth, oh, I'm a doctor. I'm like, okay, all right, calm down, calm down. You know, you went to school for 10 years. Congratulations. Yeah. And, believe it or not, ladies, it's sad, but it's somewhat true in the reality of men. You know what I mean? Because you do meet a lot of women doctors who feel so empowered by their education that that's what they push first and foremost. And no matter what, I tell people, you ever realize that everybody who has a job is pretty much in the same situation? Whether you're an entrepreneur, clocking in and out, W-2, 1099, whatever the case may be, right? We are all in the same situation. So when we do get a little time for personal life, what are you then? And that's the dichotomy. That's where we try to pick apart who is truly going to be the human and who's truly going to be a slave to their own career. You understand? Because you have a set of people I like to call, they like to make the world out of their mind and navigate it as such. And when they do, oh man, at them running out of foolishness. Them running out of things that says, it's supposed to be this way. I went to school first, and then now I'm needed to have a baby, and now I want to be a mother, and I want to be a lovely wife. And I look at them and I'm like, have you ever been out there before? How's your power of discernment? Did you exercise that a bit? Did you get where I'm going? So at the end of the day, we tend to forget to be humans. We tend to forget that there's a whole world outside of the one inside your head, right? And out here, people are very unhinged. They don't care about what's inside of your head. They care about themselves. Exercise and flex that muscle of discernment so that you can make better choices. I'll leave off there for now.
Thank you, Aurelie. Okay, before I hand over to Lenky and then Jumper, I know Dr. Keisha, you wanted to ask a question real quick. I have to step away for one quick second. I'll be right back. Dr. Keisha, go ahead with the question and then please pass it on to Lenky for me and then Jumper. I'll be right back, folks. Give me just a second.
Well, actually, it's good to pass on to Linky. In general, one thing when we're talking about doctors or lawyers and that, do we keep the same energy for celebrities? Because in these conversations, when we're saying this person when it comes to, schooling or degrees, that they think they're better than me, but we don't think that when it comes to celebrities. Oh, you can never get that celebrity. You can never get that singer. We put them on a different pedestal, but we don't keep the same appreciation when it comes to those that have degrees in schooling. It's like them, we kind of knock them down for what they have and maybe wanting a certain person. But at the same time, we always say, oh, that celebrity would never date you or so forth. So let's keep that real.
I definitely do it to highest when it comes to celebrities, my dear, because the truth is, and I really appreciate you even saying that, why I even make it even worse for them, they're more in the public eye. You understand? And they definitely have a big impact. Think about it, that doctors normally kind of fly under the radar because once again, they're too busy doing what they're supposed to do than to be out into the public eye. So I typically give the celebrities a very harsher penance when it comes to the whole effect on society. You get what I mean? So I agree with you 100%. The same thing go for them and even worse because they're there to me, it's one of the things that I tell people. I said, me personally, and I will say personally, is that I would never want to be such a celebrity because then if I should ever crash out, I can't crash out in peace. I want to crash out in peace. I don't want to have to go behind closed doors. You know what I mean? So it's a joke, by the way. But I always tell people that as a celebrity, you have what I would like to call a societal obligation to maintain a certain level of peace and order. You get what I mean? So for sure, I
What I mean
definitely hold them in
actually
a higher
from
regard.
a relationship standpoint. If a celebrity was to tell you, of course, I'm not going to date you, it would be understandable, right? Because, quote, they're a celebrity. However,
Of course.
we're
Same
saying
thing
from the
for
point
doctors,
of
though.
if somebody, no, but the thing I guess from Jumper or DJ Lanky can answer since he's next, is that the understanding here is kind of brought upon, or doctors were entered the chat as the ones that can't find somebody because they think they're too good.
No,
Okay.
Thank you for carrying the conversation for me, Dr. Keisha. Okay, Lenky and then Jumper. Go right ahead, Lenky.
Yeah.
And
It's good.
sorry, Lenky. Once Jumper is finished, there's someone in the audience who would like to come up.
Yeah, I'll jump off.
All right.
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
jump off
Yeah.
after.
So Lyndon, I'll bring you up shortly. Okay, go ahead, Lenky. Go right ahead.
Yeah, it's good that Dr. Keisha, I hope I'm getting it right this time,
Yes.
ended on that note, because that was something that I wanted to say. Like, I don't think and I'm not speaking for Jumper, but I don't think he meant only doctors find themselves in that situation.
Thank you, sir.
And
Thank you.
what I
Thank you.
what I what I think is happening, because Dr. Keisha, Dr. Sharon, and I don't remember the other doctor,
Dr.
but
Leslie.
Dr. Leslie. Yeah, I think, them being doctors, it kind of, for a lack of a better term, let's say, step on them kind of a little bit. But I think what's happening here is because we're not saying that the doctors here find themselves in that situation or are that kind of person, but we have to also accept that there are doctors, there are bank managers, CEOs, regular people who tell themselves, listen, like if a man isn't making this amount of money, or if he works at a grocery store, he can't date me. We have to accept that these are some of the conversations, are some of the things that women say, regardless of the profession. And men, some women, let me just put that in, say that. It's there all the time. Listen, like, would you date a barber? No. And it's a profession. And some men, I don't think it matters what a woman does. And Dr. Leslie, when she was speaking, she said, character, vision, and all that is what matters to her. And that is fine. But personally, I think it's a package. It has to do with your character, your vision, but I also think it has to do with what you do as well. Because, and Dr. Leslie, you can correct me, you can defend yourself if I'm wrong. But if a man has all the vision and has all the character and has all the good innate qualities, and he probably is a handyman, you probably, operative word, probably would not date him. And I'm not judging you. I'm just saying, I'm just saying, probably. I'm treading lightly. I'm treading.
Lenky, stick up in right there, Lenky. Stick up in right there. I'm going to hand the mic back to you, but I want to do a quick reset as we have new persons tuning in online, on YouTube and here on TikTok as well. So we started the conversation this morning, right? We haven't touched news. For those of you who are coming to Coffee in Tow for the first time, welcome. We are a interactive live news podcast space where we discuss trending topics from around the world, but we also have other conversations, all right? And today we're having one of those. We haven't touched news yet. So we started off this morning with a post that I came across. And I said, I wanted to hear what y'all have to say. How long should a couple date before moving in together? What's too soon? What's too late? We have since then segued into societal roles as it relates to women versus men. And now we're talking about relationships. All right. So that's where we are. Thank you so much. Back to you, Lenky, then Jumper, then Lyndon, and then
Yes.
James.
Yes, Doctor.
Moments I need to defend myself.
You need to
Yeah,
defend yourself, so Lenky.
wait. Like I said, I'm not judging you, Dr. Leslie. And listen,
Lanky,
wait,
yield some of your time.
no.
Hold on, Dr. Leslie, hold on.
Wait, because I'm gonna put you on the spot right now. So, after you defend yourself, if you're single and if you want a good partner, you're gonna tell me, because I have all kind of friends. I have friends with a lot of character, a lot of vision, all that. I have some that work, I have some that don't work. So when you're done, you let me know what you like. If you like him slim, short, tall, muscular, bald with hair, let me know. And I'll introduce you to one. I'll introduce you to two, actually. One that works and one that doesn't work. And we'll see which one you choose.
I can't tell you right now. They want to know what they bother with it.
Yeah, no bother with that, Lindsay. Like we are trying to say.
Exactly. So the job matters.
No,
Lenky. Listen, all right, respond, Dr. Leslie.
Lenky.
And then we move on.
If a man is not working, it's because he's retired, he's independently well off enough to not work. So the not working part doesn't bother me so much. Pardon me? Okay. Lanky, let me tell you something. And we're gonna talk about your friends. Vision matters, but not just having a vision. What's the point of having a vision written if you're not working the vision, right? You have to be working the vision. You have to be moving forward. So character matters, and that character says to me that you're not just simply going to stay in one place and not grow. There has to be some demonstration of growth. So a man who's worked as a handyman for 60 years and has nothing to show for it and hasn't grown, to me, that's not worth my time because I need to see progress. I used to be in one place. I am no longer in that place. I have moved. If I'm growing, I want somebody growing as well. We are heading on I-95 north. The only way we get to our destination is if we're moving. So yeah. So if he's a handyman and he decided he doesn't want to own the handyman company, but if he owns the handyman company, I'm an entrepreneur. So I am always looking for somebody who is going to press forward and build and move and keep building. So, but Mikey, yeah, tread lightly.
All right, thank you for the response, Dr. Leslie. Okay, so now it is over to Jumpo, then Lyndon, then Dr. Sharon. Go ahead, Jumpo.
Thank you very much. Alvi always saying me elder, I have a tendency to forget my point. Dr. Leslie, you may come boat.
I take time with my friend.
I like her, man. I like her.
I'm out, guys.
Right.
It's getting hot. It's getting hot.
Don't go nowhere.
Oh, no, I'm just coming off because I think someone.
No, the person came up. Up.
Okay,
Sorry.
okay,
You're good, Lenky. The person came up. Go ahead.
All right. So, first of all, I want to say thank you, Lenky, for clarifying a point that I just used doctors because there's lots of doctors on the panel. I wasn't just referring to doctors. Also, and also bear in mind, there's lots of lawyers who could have turned doctors but chose law. There's lots of street sweepers, mechanics, and all that could have been doctors if given the opportunity, but didn't get it. So doctors are just regular people, doing, I want to say, an extraordinary job. All right. So we could put give them their flowers. But listen to me. Make a present a scenario to you, Dr. Leslie, right? You speak about character, you speak about personality, you speak on, what you value, all right? Now, Dr. Leslie, we're going to assume you drive a nice car in America, right? Just assumption, regular assumption, all right? And this scenario, you're driving, and I step up to you, jumper, right? A construction worker in my steel boot, maybe cut off foot pants and my hard hat, sweating, right? With some cement on me. And I say, hi, Dr. Leslie, says, you look nice, trust me, More come here, if you come wash them jars, then cook your food and take care of you, You understand? Because based on my level of intelligence, I'm representing to you based on the level of intelligence that I'm at. All right? And I give you all these things, yeah, man, I come here, they come wash the jars, then I come cook your food and take care of you and mow your lawn and do anything you want to do, Just make me know, You understand? That's the level of intelligence that I'm at, and I'm representing to you what I could be to you. Now, are you telling me, no, let's be honest now, right? Are you telling me that it's even going to get to the point where you're going to know my character, my personality, and who I am as a man? Yeah.
Let me answer that.
Yes.
If you are going to approach me, Jumper, with all due respect and not knowing me, the fact that you have on whatever you have on is irrelevant. But the words that come out of your mouth is you want to come and wash my drawers, then we're not having a conversation past anything. How you get in my drawers without even saying what's your name? Brother.
But you see.
But that reflects character, though. That reflects character. It absolutely does.
I'm hearing mine, These type of people, they're stepping up with all the confidence in the world, like God.
Yeah, confident, and he would get confident, get out my face.
No, beard is in mind, right? You pointed specifically out to washing the drawers, okay? Now, you also said, right, that it is what works or what a person. I don't want to misquote you, somehow. Alvian just say me an elder, so pardon me if me misquote you, right? But you all say it is the personality, it is the character, but you also said, it is what a person is good at in the relationship, right? Now, if he is good at washing the drawers and he's representing that to you, you see how it is taken. You see how that is not valued anymore.
I think it's how it's
right now. You're trolling. You're trolling me.
Hold on there, Jumper. I think
Lanky.
I don't think not Lanky. Sorry, Lanky. We apologize, Jumper. I don't. A man has. I don't think any woman is going to accept a man coming up to them the minute them look the woman and the first thing you say, boy, me come to your yard, come wash your drawers.
No, but you see, but that's what she values.
But there's a time and place. That's not even a reasonable, realistic. That's not a good example.
It's not reasonable anymore.
No, that is not a good example because that's disrespectful.
You can't tell me
if you're going
hold on. Let's back up. Hold on. So I hear the example you're using, Jumper. I don't think that was the best example to use, quite frankly. Hold on. I don't think that was the best example to use, quite frankly. And then again, like-minded people usually move together. So I don't know, probably all of us are on the same page where none of us would be appreciative of someone approaching us with that. And I don't think, hold on, and I don't think we're wrong either for not liking that approach. But before you respond, give me 1 second. I do have to wrap up my internet radio live stream. Please bear with me 1 moment. Mute your mic for me, please. Want to say thank you to everyone listening on QMZradio.com. For quality music while you work or play, keep it logged on to www.qmzradio.com for that good music to get you through your day.
Thank you to everyone who tuned in to madmusichouse.com, any genre, anytime. We will be back with you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, for another live episode of Coffee in Tow, World News on the Go, with great conversation and music as always. We invite you to join us for the remainder of the show, either on Jano Radio News and Talk, YouTube, or on TikTok. If not, catch you tomorrow. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. All right. Thank you so much, Jano Radio, YouTube, and TikTok. Thank you for your patience, and we'll continue the conversation. Go ahead, Jumper, and then we have to keep moving because we do have to also get to. Hold on one second, Dr. Leslie. We also have to get to James. Lyndon has been waiting patiently. James, and I know Lenky wants to speak again. Go right ahead, Jumper. And then
I'm going to try to make it really quick. The point is this, right? You notice she mentioned previously, it is what a person is good at within the relationship, right? Now, this man comes to her and he's stepping up to her, trying to represent what he thinks he brings to the relationship and how he could be of value to her, which is the exact things that she values. She said she previously valued as a woman. And you notice now, when he represents these how he can be an asset and a value to the relationship in doing these things, you notice how it's not attractive to her. Now, but also, the point you made a very important statement at the little before you close. You notice how you said we're all of like minds here, okay? And the point is this: when you're all of like minds, women want to choose a man of like mind and on the same level or higher than them, because women are naturally hypergamous, okay? And the hypergamy dictates that they choose from the best within the lot. And when they lower the bar for what represents a man, what they're doing, right, is lowering the bar for the pool in which they choose from, but not just for who they choose from, but from the pool who their daughters are going to choose from as well. That's the point I was trying to make, and it was beautifully brought out by what you said. You can go ahead now.
All right, thank you so much, Lyndon. Quick response
Can I
from you,
just
Dr.
respond? Yeah, just quick
Leslie.
response.
And then we have James and then Dr. Sharon, or is it Dr. Sharon and then James?
Okay.
And I know
that
Alfie.
point was not only a
What
poor
about Lyndon?
point,
Sorry.
but an irrelevant point. It was a poor and irrelevant point because I was not in a relationship with that stranger who walked up and asked me and said he would wash my drawers. We were talking about the context of a relationship. When you're in a relationship with a person, you base that relationship off of your strengths. What am I good at? What are you good at? So a stranger that walks up to me and says to me, here's what I have to offer, I can wash your drawers, is not only, that's just insulting. That's not even brought up, see. So beyond that, we're talking character here. That's not even good character. So that example to me is insulting to all of our intelligences. And it's just an irrelevant one. Like, why would that be the example? That's not even the example. Now, him being a handyman and working construction, yeah, we can rock with that because Dr. Leslie talks to everyone. I'll talk to you, right? But if you're disrespectful and you cross a line, where you say my draw's dirty, or you cross that line. To me, that doesn't warrant any further discussion because your emotional intelligence is not there. And emotional intelligence is important in any relationship. So that's a hard no for me, a hard no, irrelevant. That question, that example, nah, that is for, I don't know who. This is a group of intelligent women here. We're not falling for that.
Thank you, Dr. Leslie. Okay, we have Lyndon, then Dr. Sharon, James, and then Alvy. Somebody, is anybody able to pin?
Everybody.
Is anybody able to pin that for me in the chat? I'm trying to pin it, the order. I can't. If one of you can pin it for me, please. Sorry, Lyndon. Go ahead. Thank you for your patience.
That's all right. Thank you for allowing me into your space. Good afternoon to everybody.
Where are you from, Lyndon? Where are you from? Where you from?
I'm from the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago.
You're the accent.
Yes, this is actually my alias profile. My real profile is at Lyndon Mac, but I am just using a different device for the time.
Okay.
This is a very powerful conversation. But before I even contribute, jump up, bro. If I want to say as man to man, I'm saying if you led with the skill by saying, Miss, how are you today? Maybe, I am in the space of an entrepreneur. I can cut your yard, or I can. If that's what you led with and you need some service, hit me up. This is my number. Fine. But that really will be a throw for any woman. Just saying. But I really want to focus on the avenue of one of the root of the problem. I felt as if I definitely hear this scenario being played out. But looking at being in the Caribbean, I want to say, one, during the 80s, we have seen a number of our single women where men have abandoned for better or worse the relationship. And it was a lot of women to do it on their own. Most importantly, we have seen a group of men grow up with that lack of emotional intelligence because in the avenue of corporal punishment, we saw a system that said, if you're getting licks, don't cry. What are you crying for? Toughen up. And that's a boy had to grow up 18 years learning the idea of being tough, being manly. And we're talking about family life. So not being able to teach our young boys about the idea of owning up to your emotions. It's okay to cry. Maybe reading a story before you go to bed, giving you a hug, kissing you as your boy child. Now we have a community of men who have now grown with the idea that I need to be manly. I can't show that kind of emotions. And because of that, we now have a backlash. That backlash is now a group of women who are saying, our men are not emotionally intelligent enough. We are not having enough intellectual conversations. Now, being in my 40s, we are now seeing in our group of men a high unaliving rate by our men because the idea of them not understanding that they should be able to talk when it's okay to talk, have that conversation, saying, I actually feel scared. Because we have trained our men poorly. This now means that there is an accountability issue that really needs to be dealt with. Now we have a community of our younger men who, because they have not been able to have those real intellectual conversation, a lot of our men are now leading with money. And that backlash also equally stems from the part of, one, a lot of our women saying they are independent, they could do it on their own, they don't need a man. And we're now trying to find a way to get in. Even the social conversation that says, hi, good morning, I'm so and so. It's now very difficult to have that conversation by saying who you are, where you're from, and those social conversations, we are seeing an equal breakdown in our community. So that's literally telling us something very seriously because, one, we now have smartphones. In my era, I know of the time of going to the phone booth with coins, trying to call young girls in the day. Now we have smartphones, And it shows us the more that we are equally connected very easily, somehow the society is breaking down through relevant conversations. So maybe the conversation, one part of the framework I would love to hear, especially from the women, is what is the value we are now craving in this character building that we are trying to establish? Because from what I'm seeing now, a lot of men feel they can lead with their money, and because they carry out on a first date or a second date, they are now entitled to the schmeksh. It's crazy. And it's now leading to a high violence rate, because I work in the avenue of the domestic violence space, especially for women now, that what we're seeing. What is the conversation our women are leading with to our men, and that you would like to see from our men speaking to other men in raising that standard of the bar? Moving away from the point of your profession and your money, what is the value system that we are trying to set? Maybe that's a question I would love to ask.
All right. Thank you so much, Lyndon. Anybody wants to respond to that before we move on? And in our order, we have Dr. Sharon, James, and then Alvi. Anybody wants to respond to that before?
I'm glad that he brought that up. I actually think that's a good point. I think we need to start using social media and listen to these groups. I've seen them on both sides. I've seen women groups that bash men, are we dating the same men, all of that. I think we need to start normalizing normal conversations about it and not condoning. I see a lot, when you see someone cheating men, when you go back to the group and you find it hilarious. Or if you just, catcall a woman, you find it hilarious. So we need to start normalizing and not condoning, the disrespect or treating people or approaching people, and give better ways and ideas of doing it. What was that guy's name that passed away? That was what he called himself, a therapist, whatever. He used to talk about Black women all the time.
Yeah.
We need to get more people that are the opposite of that. Yeah.
Kevin Samuels.
Yeah, thank you for the response, Dr. Keisha. All right, next up, Dr. Sharon. Thank you for your patience. Go right ahead.
Hey, okay, so I'm going to say something, and I think it's probably going to open another can of worms, but I do believe in being yoked equally, right? I do. Just from my own self, my own experience, that's what I believe, right? I'm not against dating anyone with a lower educational level than I do. I have. That's actually been most of my life, right? And then someone made a comment about a barber or something like that, right? I mean, and I have no issues with that. So once we are equally yoked spiritually, intellectually, I can actually even look past the financial portion of it, because it's very hard to find someone who would even equal me financially, right? But one of the things that I would do to protect myself is that you will sign a prenup. That is how I'm gonna protect myself. And that's just from what I've seen over time, over years. And that's just kind of where I am right now.
All right.
Yep.
That's the question.
Go ahead with the question to Dr. Sharon Jumper.
I did say prenup, Lyndon.
Yes, Dr. Sharon, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you meet a man, right, on the same intellectual level, and he has more wealth than you, does that make him more attractive? Be honest.
Didn't say that. No.
It's a question. It's a question.
Because I have met people who have more whatever than me, and some of them are no. So that's not no. Its character does count.
Yep.
Can I ask a question, please?
Sure, Lyndon. Go ahead and pose the question.
No, we are now telling men, in order to be better providers for our women, coming to the table with what you have, we are now saying to our men, don't tell your woman that you want to have a prenup, because it's literally showing her that you're not craving the financial stability. So I guess my question to Dr. Sharon is, if you are saying should this be a standard that we should be telling our women? Because I feel like if there is now going to be a conflict whereby we are saying to men, you know what, in order to be a provider, let's teach our families about having joint accounts and opening joint accounts and creating a standard for our money and bringing wealth, versus the idea of women not feeling secure, and then, you know, men leaving and they have to do it all by themselves. I was a bit thrown off by the comment, seeing that it came from a woman. I haven't had a difficulty with that.
Okay, so I mean, let me tell you something.
Jumper, hold on a second for me. Jumper, I will have to ask you to just please patiently wait until we get back to you. We do have a roster. Go ahead and respond to that, Dr.
No, this
Sharon.
is not a double standard. I will do what works for me. Okay? I will do what works for me. Because one of the things that my parents did, and particularly my father did, was to make sure his kids got an education, and particularly the women, me and my sister, so we have no financial dependency on any man. That's it. I would do what works for me, right? If you don't want to do a prenup, I've seen too many financial debacle for like high earning women who were in love. Love bombs a bit better, make some schmecks nice. That's it. You got to get beyond that shit, right? And when you thought what was falls apart, and then now you got to divide assets. I've seen this gone. I have another friend of mine. She's going through a crazy divorce right now. Right? It's crazy, but people would do what works for them. It's not a double standard for me, because I can walk into any relationship or marriage or someone who makes 2-3 times what I do and sign a prenup, because I can walk away and take care of myself. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Dr. Sharon. So James and then Alvi. Thank you so much, James, for your patience. Thank you for the questions so far. Go right ahead, James.
Yeah. So I'm going to say, I believe that, you know, these conversations are important. And I believe that these conversations are more fruitful than, you know, the social media 50-50 take on the men bashing women and women bashing men. Because I believe, honestly, I don't know if people take it as serious as I'm taking it, but I believe that our mere existence depend on this type of conversation. Our existence as a people depends on this. You know, when you look at history and you look at, you know, what took place in places like Congo, in Rwanda, in all these other places, and in the past 100 years, over 50 million Africans have been taken out, right? And I believe that we are so resilient that we survive slavery, we survive all the things that they threw at us. And I honestly believe that, like, the strategy to separate us as a couple, as a unit, men and black women, could be more effective than what slavery managed to do to us as a people, and what all those other things. And so I believe that our existence is depending on this, because, like, I saw a number that came out of America last year that kind of was a bit disheartening and mind-boggling to me, when they compare Americans based on ethnicity groups, and African Americans were the only group that was separated as a household income. Like they had Asian American, they had Italian American, but when it came down to African, they had, you know, black men and women separate. And what was interesting about that survey is that both black women and men individually were in the middle of the pack. And in that survey, it showed like Indian Americans as the top in terms of household. And it brought out the point that if black men and black women were in the middle of the pack individually, coming together as a household, black men and black women in America would have been the top in the top percentile, the same way you had Asian, American, and stuff like that. So I believe that us coming together, like doing well financially, individually, and being able to have conversations like this and know that like what worked for you might not work for me, but if we can find what worked for us and come together, because at the end of the day, the Bible said 2 is better than 1, and it's simple maths. If you make $100 and I make $50, we have $150 together, and it's one household. We don't have to worry about child support. We don't have to worry about fighting through the court system. So I believe that our existence and with in terms of the rate of the birth rate in the Caribbean falling drastically, they say we can't even replenish the population in the Caribbean right now. That is a dangerous place to be. So yeah, conversations like these are very important, because I believe that people on the outside listening could learn something from this conversation, and might be they had certain bias or certain things that were stopping them from having good relationship, and they could learn from this and know that, okay, so Dr. Keisha, she's celebrating what, 20 years. Moments is like 15 years. I'm like 15 years. 19 years. Yeah. And we're not here as married people saying that this was perfect and we never cuss or we never argue. We've been through stuff, but at the end of the day, I know personally my kids are better off because I was able to stay in the house with their mother. So I think, yeah, this conversation, very, very important.
Thank you so much, James. All right, up next we have Alvi, then Mr. President, then Jumper. So Alvi, Mr. President, Jumper, go right ahead. Thank you, James.
I think this is a very realistic conversation. I think a lot of times we are on social media and we see what their take is. And I think a lot of times they're doing it for clickbait and they're not being realistic. Having a conversation a lot of times, me as a girl, I love the elders, them, I love talk to them, I love asking, how did this work and so forth. And a lot of times as a child, I see where relationship didn't work out and what they had to do and so forth. So a lot of times when social media does speak about relationships, they're not being realistic. Not at all. Because for me, I've seen relationships where the woman is even making more than the man, and I've never seen the woman build it. I had these two neighbors that used to bring me to church. The Scales, big up you, rest in peace, Mr. Scale, big up you, Miss Scale, and she used to bring us to church, and I saw where she was making more than the man at one point, and I never once saw she raising her voice at the man until he had his own business after a certain time. And I'm saying that both of them were working class people, right? And she, at one point, she was working more than the man. She was the one that got him there. And I never once saw where she publicly, maybe behind closed doors, but publicly, it was never a thing where she raised her voice against her husband. It was never an embarrassment. These people work together and their children are better off now. So I agree with James where it's 2 is better than 1. But we're in a generation now where the internet is like divide and conquer, telling us that we don't need people, we need people. A woman needs a man, me not tell no lie. If you don't already know, work for yourself. But eventually, you need a man. And men, you don't need women. You don't know what not talk about unless you go disciple of man. No, me I say, but don't know still. Do y'all's.
Oh Lord, thank you, Alvi. We have some breaking news. I'm so sorry to have to bring this in. Reality speaking right now, Iran has just attacked US forces at air bases in Qatar. That's where we are. We'll talk about that tomorrow. Not today. Yeah. Thank you, Alvi. Go ahead, Mr. President, and then Jumper.
Right, good day. So much that has been spoken about, and so much that can be said. But I think we hit some key points.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to come in where we are at now, right? With I'll start with Dr. Sharon's point.
On the right, down on the notes, so that when they come for talk, and don't forget. Go ahead.
Yeah, I talk with Dr. Sharon's point. I mean, the way she put, listening to Dr. Sharon speak, right? If you're out there listening now, you would it could be taken a certain way. It could be taken as, oh, well, she's coming in and then she don't trust the relationship, the man, whatever. But I would say in today's climate, and that's why we were saying early in the conversation before, and Dr. Kishan made that point very clear. It depends on where you're at and where you're starting from. Any man or woman who has gone through life and struggle and grind and have accomplished a certain lifestyle or certain things for themselves in this life, in your 40s, in your 50s, in your late 30s, and you're looking to go into a relationship, I think it will be foolhardy to go into any relationship without a prenup at that stage in your life. You understand? Regardless, it's nothing to do with love or nothing, but it is such that you could do all that and sacrifice all those years, marry for a short term to a woman or man, and end up in a court battle for years. Just the emotional stress alone sometimes is enough to break you. And I feel if you're coming in at that stage and the person you would be with at that stage, I think they would understand. I think if that person don't understand that, then they're not at your level. You understand? There is also, in the conversation, we spend a lot of time speaking about people with certifications. And Jumper made a point about, for instance, the construction worker and so. Well, let me tell you something. Education is not schooling. That is what I understand from my humble perspective. Education help you to further, or schooling help you to further your education. But I have seen more educated people without a degree. And I've seen a bunch of idiots in university, certified. We have systems now that certified idiots and look down on educated people that do not have a certificate behind their name. Because as a mason, a carpenter, or whatever, you as a grown man could have a level of discourse, even if you're intellectually challenged per se, or your vocabulary is limited, you could have a level of discourse with anybody that can be respected and that can put across your point, your opinion, without it having to be ghetto, for want of a better word. You see what I'm saying? And I think oftentimes we get so caught up with the certification process that we forget education was always around. And there are people, for instance, the reason why people get honorary doctorates, okay, is because based on their experience, based on the work, based on the energy they put into their respective field, it can be seen as being equivalent to having a doctorate in that field. Some of these people never went to school, never went to formal school, or never did some formal training. So I think you should not conflate education and certification for when we're having these conversations, because then it takes us down to a different loop. You understand? Even the point, coming to the point that James made about single parent and household and sharing. If James would have met his wife when they were both building, it is an easier conversation to say pool the resources. But if I have spent the last 20 years developing myself, okay? Developing myself to acquire a certain amount of wealth, certain amount of resources. And then I meet somebody, no matter how much I'm in love with them, no matter how cute they are, no matter how emotionally intelligent they are and stuff like that, okay? Regardless of what they are coming in the relationship with, I would want to safeguard my resources to an extent, or it will be seen to be prudent to do something like that. Not necessarily of mistrust for anybody. As a matter of fact, the person that's coming to me may have much more than I have. What in the case when you have children before you meet that person? How do you account for them? How do your resources split for them? So there's a lot of dynamics here that sometimes is in play that is not in your face, but going through legal battles in the court will deter anybody in today's world from walking into a marriage if you have something substantial without having a prenup. And I will yield from here because I know other people want to talk.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I appreciate your input. Jumper, it's back to you.
Yes. Thank you for your input, Mr. President. My analogy that I gave wasn't to was really referring to approach. I was trying to highlight the value system of of what most women say they value. But when that value, they say they value, but it's not really valued. Anyway, but moving on to what?
I understand that, Jumper. I understand the point you was making.
Yeah.
But I was saying that based on the example, there was a hole I just wanted to plug.
Yeah,
and making sure that that construction worker could present himself in a manner that a guy with a PhD probably can't do it. I just wanted to highlight that.
Totally agree with you. Totally agree with you. Also, I want to say that when it comes on to the prenup, this one, me and Dr. Sharon stand together 1,000% on. A prenup doesn't just protect, it protects all parties. Again, I agree with Mr. President, it's where you're at in your life. When me and my wife meet, 20 years, no, me never have nothing, she never have nothing. So prenup wasn't an issue. But now that the thing develop and we are where we are, I don't think we're going to leave, but if God forbid that should happen, I'd want to protect my assets and my well-being going forward. So I agree with her in that regard. But the thing about it, though, you see, what I've seen is that whenever it's a case where the double standard exists, because whenever there's a case where the man is more affluent, right, prenup should not be an issue, and you don't trust her and she find all the reasons to justify why a prenup is not good for the relationship. But when a woman has more than the man, then a prenup is an asset, and a prenup should be had, because the way it is looked at is that this man could leave with her assets. So she wants to protect them, and she should, but pay the man the same respect for wanting to protect his asset and his hard work. That's the way I feel it should be. I yield the floor to someone else.
All right, Jumper, thank you so much. I want to read a comment from Javette before I hand over to Dr. Keisha. One thing is we need to stop coming into a space with a preconceived expectation or with preconceived expectations and mindsets. That is what I would like for men to say to other men. Treat each relationship as a new chapter and stick to your boundaries. Set and stick to your boundaries. Like said earlier, let's get away from the masculine and the feminine. What are your likes and dislikes? What do you want in your life? How do you strive to attain that? All right. So yeah, she wanted me to read that for her because she's not able to speak. But Dr. Keisha, let's hear your response.
Yeah, I like those comments. I appreciate those comments. I am on the side of both, because what Sharon and Dr. Leslie said, again, at their stage, it completely makes sense. I understand the prenup. I think for the majority of what he's saying, why people say, why women, first of all, it's kind of, to me, it reminds me of what we've gone through here in this country with my ancestors and racism, and people complaining, why do we have affirmative action? Why do we have DEI? Because this group has been so disenfranchised to where we need those things. Women in the history were working. My mother was one of them. She did not work, and she took care of all four of us kids, right? Literally, I remember she was trying to go to college to go back, but she stayed home and took care of all four of her kids, as well as my dad's mother, who had 10 children, all by the same husband. So when we talk about prenups, I think it's a very delicate situation.
I think Dr. Keisha probably got a call. You got it. You're back. You were getting a call.
No, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Uh-oh, why do I hear like another
Yeah, I'm
lie?
hearing a phone. I'm hearing a phone ringing.
Hold on.
Okay. Okay. Try again now and see. You're back now, Dr. Keisha. Okay, that sounds much better.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me say quickly because it's like I don't know what's going on. It's
Yeah,
weird.
somebody.
Hold on.
Something is. Yeah, something is going on. Something is going on.
Moments. I
Yeah.
think the point that Keisha is making too is that women who their work was inside the home, I think it's unfair for there to be a prenup where they don't get anything because their work has been to sustain and maintain the home, take care of the children, do all of that. So even though they're not having a career, their career really was raising the family. So if the man is out there making the millions and they end up with a divorce, then I think the woman should be entitled because she was the one who carried the load at home. She did equal work. Raising children is no easy feat. So I hope that's what Dr. Keisha.
You know something, Dr.
Just for
Leslie.
clarification.
Hold on 1 second, Mr. President. You know something, Dr. Leslie. Even if both parties agree from the onset, you're going to stay home. I'm going to be the one working. A prenup can still go in place. A prenup can still go in place so that whatever is acquired during the marriage is what is split. What I came to the marriage with remains untouched. But go ahead, Mr. President. And I know I saw Dr. Keisha come back.
What I wanted to say on that point is right. The prenup is when you're entering into the marriage.
Right.
Now, because you already have your resources and you both are entering at a late stage, for want of a better word. The thing is, if your wife would be a homemaker, okay, if that's the term we're going to use here, there has to be provision within the relationship and within the specter of the relationship that there ought to be resources allocated for her in the event of a breakup. So even if there is a prenup, if that is the role or that is how things is going to turn out, there has to be some kind of provision. And as a matter of fact, going forward, maximum provision will be allowed for that. But the prenup I was referring to, or in the context I was referring to it, is that if we both are coming into a relationship late in life, or one person is much more accomplished because of whatever sacrifice they made throughout their lives, or however they get their resources, I don't think you should blindly enter into a relationship at that stage without having a safeguard, because it opens you up to a lot of risk. But definitely, a woman being in the house does not mean she's not contributing.
Right.
Or a man being at house, because sometimes that is the best form of contribution to allow the family to grow as a unit.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, Dr. Keisha, welcome back.
Okay, well, he basically said what I was trying to say before. My daughter kept calling me. From experience from my parents and how things were, the way it was said, not by you, Mr. President, but by Jumper, that why we have an issue with men asking for one but not for women, is that from history, especially here in this country where I was raised, women have always been at a disadvantage in marriages. And from my mother's mother and so forth, it's always been a situation where they're expected to be home and or as they graduated into that, still do more of it and then not have the compensation when, the marriage dissolves. Now, back in the day, like my parents are still together. So that's not the case. But that's why when we say we hear it as double standard, it's stemming from that feeling and that pain of women have always been at a disadvantage. And now I think it's going the opposite way to where, right, the soft life and the sugar daddies and all that stuff. And I don't necessarily agree with that. So I can understand that from that point. But at the same time, for women or for men, whoever goes into it and ends up being told to stay home to work, yes, something has to come out of that part of it so that everyone benefits from it.
Thank you, Dr. Keisha. Jumper, go right ahead.
Yeah, Dr. Keisha was saying, but what about what we were all discussing about leveling the playing field? My realization is that you all want to level the playing field as it suits you all. But when it comes down to certain things, you don't want it to be leveled. And it can't be like that, because leveling the playing field is exactly what it should be as per your request. You can't just level it, and what you feel is important to you, but not what's
Well,
important to the man.
in order to level something, you have to get from underneath the hole. And as I mentioned, what I'm talking about is what has happened in this country that I was born in, that my ancestors were in, where women could not vote, where women could not work, where women could not do things. And we're still trying to get at baseline from that. So you can't level a playing field until you get to baseline. And still women get 60 to 55 cents on the dollar paying. So there's nothing to level.
I respectfully, I was referring to the country that I live in, which is the country of your birth and not my birth country. So, but I respectfully disagree with you, because leveling is leveling. And that means whoever is under the hole, you bring them on the level. Who is above the level, you bring them down to that level. There's one level. There can be two levels. If you, as per your request, level is level, in my opinion.
But truth be told though, hold on one second, Dr. Keisha. But truth be told though, Jumper, on the cover, it may appear to be level, but it really isn't. There is no equality in this country. There's none. But I know Dr. Keisha is going to say something. Respond, Dr. Keisha. I know she was going to respond to you. Go ahead, Dr. Keisha.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was referring to Leslie's comment in the chat. It's still not it. And I appreciate this conversation, but when it starts to get disingenuous, like, the drawer washing and let's level it, we're not listening to the other side. And we're telling you about the history and what women are going through and what that's stemming from, right? Because Lyndon said, let's bring the root cause of it. And also the root cause of it is that women have never been equal to men. And if you're working in a situation, see how hard it was for us three to make it to where we are compared to others. So it's a deeper conversation, and I don't want it to become disingenuous with this, let's make it equal, let's make it equal. Because even my husband would understand where I'm coming from.
It's not equal at all, and truth be told, it's not. And you see that more prevalent now when we talk about, look at what happened with Roe versus Wade, where men are controlling what happens to a woman's body. A man is controlling if a woman lives or dies. Go ahead, Mr. President.
If I should say something quickly here, right? We are speaking about leveling, but we are not looking at the level. Because once we're level, and that's why I don't like to use the term leveling. I prefer equity. Equitable distribution. Equity remains that some people would get more than others based on where they are. And if we are to level up or level down, if women has been disenfranchised, to bring them up to the level, they would may require a little more resources because they was disenfranchised. So you have to put more into them to bring them to the level. There might be some men that might have been privileged. They might have to lose a little resources, or let's say less resources may be allocated to them because they was already at the level or above the level. So we have to be careful when we're using these words and not to zoom in too much on those things, and realize that there are things that has to be done to ensure that everyone is where they're supposed to be. Sometimes it's a give, sometimes it's a take. I like to look at equitable distribution based on the resources needed by each individual to get them where we need them to be. And when we're looking at those conversations, I think we have to always have that in the back of our mind so that we don't come to these disparities and zoom it down into something, that we not want to be in.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think, James, you wanted to say something. James, you wanted to chime in? Did I see you come off?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question, because based on my understanding, when you look at the history of America, we're talking about America here, right? I don't think it's fair to say men in general, because there's always been a difference between what a black man experienced in America as opposed to like a white man. So yes, you can say like white men have always been in control. They've always earned more, like whether it's 70-30 or 60-40. But is it fair to use the same for black men, or black men earning at that level? So that's just a question, because based on what my understanding is, that black men are earning in general, in America, are earning less than women are at a lower educational level in America and less opportunities. That's my understanding.
So James, from my understanding, right, and I do want someone else to chime in on this. From my understanding, the black man is seen above the black woman in America. She may be more educated, and that's her personal choice, because that is her. They're encouraged to get their education and be able to fend for themselves. So yes, you will have more black women being more educated, hence more qualified. But at the end of the day, it's still the black man above the black woman. And I'm subject to correction. Let me know if I'm wrong.
You are correct, Moments. The black man actually earns more on the dollar than the black woman. We are literally at the bottom next to brown women.
And to show you how disrespected, unfortunately, black women are in the United States, I have been in spaces and you hear black women's qualifications being questioned, but not the black man's qualification. Not a qualified woman of another ethnicity. Why? Why is that? I think I've seen it happen in your space, Dr. Keisha. With you, it's interesting. So even no matter how qualified you are, you still are not looked at as being worthy, being good enough. Go ahead, Jumbo.
Yeah, I mean, since we're breaking it down between gender and culture and race, Caucasian women earn more than black men, and it's a question I noticed. I think one of the learned doctor answered yes to that. So again, the playing field, it's not equitable. There's inequity all around to go around, right? So the issue though, you see, because I think we're missing the point, and I do understand that rising tide float all boats. Nobody understands that better than I do. But the thing about it is that the equity that these black women want, right, is from the black man. That equity that they desire is not from per se the whole system. They're okay with the white woman who are earning more than the black man, but they want the equity from the black man to say that, we're both on the same scale, are on the same equilibrium now. Or is it that they want the equity from the white women? Where does it come from is my question that you're all fighting for.
I want to come in here.
That's a great question. I think it reminds me of the question you were asking Leslie when she was trying to explain the difference between meeting someone versus having a true relationship with them. And when you're speaking about a relationship with a partner, whether that is a black man or not, that equity is different than the equity you're talking about socially and politically and economically and when you're working. That two things can be true at the same time. Yes, we want equity in work. We don't want to be working for less when we know our value is worth more. We don't want to have inequitable issues in healthcare and in childbirth, but that has nothing to do with the relationship with a man. The relationship with a man, we want to be equal in there and have equitable, because we know our issues and our differences, and the same with the person that coming into a relationship. Those are two different things. We're not marrying the white man. I mean, unless you have married one. I don't know.
All right, thank you, Dr. Keisha. Somebody else wanted to respond to Mr. President. Sorry, yeah, thank you.
I just wanted to highlight the point that, and I don't have the statistics, but it has been shown, right? I don't have the specifics. It's something we can look up later. That when the black man and the black woman work together closely, everybody rise. The community rise, the family rise, everything. And I don't want us to get too carried away with the talking points or with some of the stuff we see out here in social media, where we're trying to create a differentiation, okay, between the black man and the black woman. That differentiation then spills over into the family and stuff like that. I want us to realize that we were both disenfranchised in the context of America. We both faces our challenges, but if we work together, we can help each other to overcome those challenges, and we will be better together. So we have to bear that in mind in making our conversation, is that there is divide. There are black women are being disenfranchised, black men are being disenfranchised. We have to rally with the black women to ensure that they are not disenfranchised, and they have to rally with us to ensure that we are not disenfranchised, or we could better it. And we have to focus more and a lot more on that, because together we could move some needles. But if we continue like who is better, who had it worse and worse, it really doesn't. It exists, and we should acknowledge it. But I would like to see us work together more on getting rid of some of the divides. That's just my point.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the follow, Black Elder, and thank you to everyone who has followed Coffee and Toad today. Any response there? Anyone wants to rebut?
Yeah, moments. I think
my black man.
Hold on, Dr. Keisha. What you said, James?
Yeah, so my point is, like I've always I think we need to have more conversation about the black family. Like, and the thing is, like, we understand that things are not perfect, right? There's no perfect situation in the black community and in other communities, because I've been around other communities. I've been around the Jewish communities. I've been around Italian communities, and some of the stereotype that is like elevated in the black community, I see it in the Jewish community every day, and nobody speaks about it. Like, because like I came into with this kind of bias or stereotype about my own people, that black men are this and black men are that. And when I go into the Jewish community and I see the same things happening in those communities, and I'm like, this is not magnified in social media, in the news. This is not a stereotype that I've ever heard of them. But when I go in the community, it's very prevalent in the community. I believe that we can stick together, even if, like, say, for example, like you separate from your partner. I believe that still a family. You're still a family, and we still can work together to make sure our community is better. And I believe that is what we have to do, work together as a community, because it's obvious that countries are not working on our behalf. Society is not working on our behalf. Like, if they're taking books out of the library, if they're taking away our story, we have to come together as a tribe, as a family, and make sure that we're telling our own stories. We're passing down our stories to our children, and we're not like damaging each other. And I believe that you can still, because like I've been in different relationships throughout my life, and nobody that I've dated in my life I hate. I don't hate anybody that I've ever dated, and I would wish anyone that I've dated in my life, and we move on, luck in whatever they do. And I believe that is the maturity that, we have to have. That, yeah, you might have a relationship and it didn't work out and stuff, but we're still, like as a tribe of people, we still have to ride for each other and make sure we wish each other success and we push each other. So that is where I want to see the conversation, because I think, especially in the American context, I'm frustrated with seeing like black women and black men separated, like even in the entire North America. Like when you're looking for like programs for like young Black boys right across North America, you can't find programs. Like a lot of young Black boys are just out there going to jail, and like they're being like fed to the prison system. So I believe that sometimes we depend on the government too much, and the government doesn't have our interest. So we need to come together as a community and, you know, ride for each other. You know, that's how I feel.
All right. Thank you, James. Anyone else?
I was saying I love Black men, but you know, a lot of community was built in the Black church. I was growing up, and how it was back when my ancestors were, was a lot of us went into the church to do that. And that has like fallen for many reasons. But we have to do introspection in order for this. My husband's from Guinea, and the sense of community there, they live in like compounds literally to this day. His father does, with all of the extended family there. But we have to be able to be willing to do that. And what I have like seen even in some of these conversations is sometimes people come wanting to erode somebody. Let's prove, you know, Dr. Leslie or Dr. Sharon or Moments or Jaw is faulted. Let's prove that they're gold diggers. Let's prove this. When instead we really need to look on uplifting people in what they have that are positives. And I mean, this has been going on for a long time. I think social media really fractured it between Black women and Black men in this country. And then music perpetuated it even further, because a lot, well, not the music I listen to, because like I'm an LL Cool J fan. But a lot of the further hip hop and rap perpetuated by this negative stigma about Black women. And it's been a fight ever since then. And it's been proving who's right and who's wrong. And I agree with you. If we talked more about the Black family, the Black church, and ways to foster healthy relationships, because there's a lot of healthy relationships, not even like marriage-wise, but marriage-wise included, that we could be talking about and uplifting instead of always focusing on the negative. But we have to realize there's a negative, and if somebody comes to disparage somebody, they're going to have to come back, you know, and quote defend themselves, and that takes away from the time of talking about the positive part. But it really comes from a lot of people are broken, and that's why broken people don't need to be in relationships, or they need to fix themselves first.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Healing is important. But before you can heal, you have to recognize, you have to come to terms with, you have to be willing to admit. And that is something a lot of us don't do, you know, and I'm okay with going against the grain. We tend to blame behaviors, the way we behave individually, on history. When do we move away from that? When do we stop blaming history for the reason being that's why I do what I do. That's why I speak the way I speak. That's why I think the way I think. You recognize that there's an issue. You have acknowledged it, right? Because you say, well, that is why. You recognize that there is something that needs to be corrected, a behavior, a thought. So why aren't we doing that? Why do we keep going back and staying in that place? Why aren't we moving forward? Right? So there has to be the willingness to acknowledge the issue, the concern, a yearning to want to pivot away, right? If it means moving away from spaces and places and changing your circle, do what you must so that you can move forward, right? If you keep hanging around the same thing or going to the same bars or the same clubs or, meeting up with the same folks and nobody's making a breakaway, how are you going to change? How are you going to be able to feel change? What do you want? Oh, yes, this conversation has definitely evolved. We have definitely traveled, Dr. Leslie. We have definitely traveled in this conversation. So tomorrow, let's see how tomorrow goes. There's a video that I'm going to play. I don't want us to talk about it. I just want us to listen to it get our thoughts together. And tomorrow we'll discuss this one. Let me have you listen to this one real quick. And I know this may be a little heated, but we're going to talk about it tomorrow, not today.
Tiffany Haddish just gave an interesting reason on why you shouldn't have multiple sexual partners. Something I've never heard before. You tell me if you heard this before.
Women, and here's my theory, and I could be completely wrong, and the internet probably gonna destroy me for this, but I think women that have more than 2 baby daddies usually have some sort of mental illness.
Really?
Yeah, because you're getting genetically modified too much. I think, okay, so this is what I know. Every time you get pregnant, right, there's stem cells that come from that baby, and them stem cells end up behind your eyes and your brain and your heart and your lungs and stuff and help your organs heal while the baby taken from you. And those stem cells will always stay with you, right? So that means that man is always in you. And that is why the Bible says you will only desire your husband. Correct. This is why you got to use condoms, because that baby better get up inside you, and the uterus is very porous, much like the mouth, right? So when anything goes up in there, it automatically the uterus starts to absorb it. It starts going through the vaginal walls and all that, and the blood, it gets into the bloodstream, right? And so it takes
get in there.
So it takes like 6 weeks to get a man out of your system if you have unprotected sex, and it's because he's starting to bind to your DNA, right? And that's why it's couples, when they be together too long, they start looking alike. You start looking like him. Wow. Like, it's not, the guy don't start looking like her. She start looking like him because he is genetically modifying her. And every time you get pregnant by him, you start to get modified, right? So if you get pregnant by multiple peoples, right, that's multiple spirits, multiple thoughts, multiple modifications from different DNA strands.
All you hoes, I hope you're listening.
It's causing you to have mental stress. So, and it's very evident, like what I'm saying is very evident. It makes sense because, like, you got all these dating apps, all these women like free sex, free this, whatever, you know, I'm doing money, I'm living it, I'm exerting my sexuality and all this. And I don't care if I got 5 kids or 5 baby daddies, whatever. Usually those bitches are mentally, they're struggling in so many different ways, not just financially, but also just like on where to focus, how to whatever, because you got too many different bloodlines in your family.
Too many kids. I mean,
you have mental illness. So that was my theory on sperm.
That's very,
and that's why
that's
why you have to use condoms, ladies. That's why you have to use condoms. We cannot genetically modify men. Now, I do believe. Now, I wanted to ask you, as a gay man.
Now that's some next level information that she went very detailed in. 2 things I'll say. Do I think that women who have 2 baby daddies are mentally ill? I don't believe that. And another thing is, she said that's why you got to use condoms. Listen, just wait till you're married. How about that? I've never heard this before, guys, but if you have, please put it in the comments.
No comment from anybody today. That is for tomorrow.
I'm breaking your rule. I will not participate in that part.
I'm not doing this.
I'm not doing it. I'm not.
Well,
I
will
am
not
not.
be doing it. You take the audience to foolishness.
Hold
This
on,
is
hold
foolish.
on, ladies. Hold on. So I came across it and I said, no. Am I crazy? I want to know if I'm crazy. Tasha said she'll not come tomorrow. I want to know if I'm crazy to be like, is she crazy? Is she crazy? Because I've never heard this before. And I'm like, I need to do some research here. I have never heard this before. Is she okay? Yes or no? Is she
She's
okay?
not okay.
Okay.
She is not okay. She is the one with a daggone mental illness. Okay? I don't understand where she get this foolishness from, but I'm not partaking in that. Y'all can have it.
No, we're not doing it.
You can pick this on conversation, ping me after, but I'm not gonna partake in that.
We're not doing it. Here's why we're not doing it. Number one, you know, I have nothing good to say. Here's what I'm sick and tired of. I am sick and tired of women denigrating other women. I'm sick and tired of women denigrating other women. You don't know a person's circumstances. You really don't. You don't know what a person has gone through. You don't know. So for you to have this hard stance about someone's mental state as being the reason for them having children by multiple fathers in excess of 2, you don't know what someone has been through. You really don't know.
Let me just, I'm not talking about her because I'm not going to dignify that. But this is like, the MAGA with people, this is like platforming a MAGA and trying to listen to them talk about politics with disinformation. Like, there's no point of it. But I will tell you what she did on Clubhouse when she berated a Black female doctor. I will not be in a space where she's discussed or platformed for disinformation. I'm not even going to talk about it. The worst thing you can do with disinformation is rehash it.
Somebody needs to check her. Seriously, check her. Go ahead, James.
This reminds me of what Malcolm X warned us years ago. Be careful of the celebrities that you listen to in our community, that sometimes they put the celebrities there as a distraction in our community. Be careful. 60 years ago, he said that.
Definitely. Did you see you heard the men responding? But anyway, really quick.
This is a plan that took months and weeks of positioning and preparation so that we could be ready when the President of the United States called.
Wasn't Hegseth the one who said that Congress wasn't notified until after they did what they did? On the same speech? Standing at this very same podium?
So, good morning, everybody.
Hey,
This is the first time y'all have been able to hear my voice.
Ja. Hey.
So, regarding, I'm speaking to what Red Cap has did as far as sending out the BOMBs. On the news last night, they said that he can send out those BOMBs without Congress approval. What he can't do is declare WAR. But unfortunately, he does have the power to do exactly what he did on Saturday or Sunday, whichever day it was. That's the unfortunate part to this.
Yeah.
And I would like to say to the Coffee and Toe family, please be vigilant now when you step out your door each day, because the stuff has just hit the fan. I yield.
Yes, and I wanted to wrap up on that note. Thank you so much, Ja. We have to be careful. We have to be aware of our surroundings. We cannot operate in fear because fear will cripple us, right? We can't do that. But with things having escalated because of the breaking news that we got, right? And I got it from Channel 7, WSBN, down here in Miami. We are where we never expected to be. Absolutely. Be prayerful, not fearful. All right. Qatar has closed its airspace. NATO leaders are set to meet. Let's see what happens. But the other reason why I'm closing on it, because many of us have family members in the military. I know I have family members in the military. Yeah. So we don't know what lies ahead. Yeah. This is where we are. We're going to be reconvening tomorrow morning and for another episode of Coffee and Toe. Bear with me one moment, TikTok, and Jano Radio. Please birth me one moment. You too want to say a big thank you for coming through and watching the live. We will be back with you tomorrow morning, 9:35 a.m. Eastern, with another episode of Coffee in Tow, World News on the Go. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.